The pain was everything and nothing, a white-hot agony that consumed every nerve ending, while simultaneously feeling like falling through endless void. Harry Potter, 17 years old and dying on the forest floor of Hogwarts, felt his consciousness fragmenting like shattered glass. Voldemort's killing curse had found its mark, and as darkness closed around the edges of his vision, one thought burned brighter than the rest. Not a regret for his own life, but fury at all the preventable deaths that had led to this moment. Sirius falling through the veil because Harry had been too naive to recognize Voldemort's trap. Cedric dying in a graveyard because Harry had insisted they take the cup together. Dobby bleeding out on a beach because Harry had failed to plan properly. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, murdered because the Order had trusted the wrong person. Professor Lupin and Tonks, cold on the Great Hall floor because the war had dragged on too long. So many faces, so many lives that could have been saved if only Harry had known then what he knew now. If only he could go back. If only he could warn them all. If only he had one more chance to get it right. The darkness pressed closer, and Harry's last coherent thought was a desperate bargain offered to whatever force might be listening. Take everything else. Take his magic. Take his fame. Take his very identity. But give him one chance to save them. Just one chance to prevent all that needless suffering. And something, somewhere in the space between life and death, seemed to listen. The first sensation that pierced the void was smell. The musty, oppressive stench of unwashed laundry and stale cooking fat. Harry's eyes snapped open to find himself staring at a low ceiling made of warped wooden boards, illuminated by the thin strip of light seeping under a door. His body felt wrong, small and weak in a way that sent panic racing through his chest. These weren't his hands, these weren't his arms, this wasn't his body. But it was. The scar on his forehead throbbed with familiar pain, and when Harry raised his trembling fingers to touch it, he felt the lightning bolt shape that had marked him since infancy. Somehow, impossibly, he was in his cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive, the cupboard he hadn't seen since his 11th birthday, when Hagrid had burst through the door of that hut on the rock and changed everything. Harry's breath came in short, sharp gasps as the reality of his situation crashed over him like a tidal wave. His hands, when he held them up to the thin light, were the hands of a child. Small, unmarked by the scars he'd accumulated over 7 years of fighting for his life, his body felt light and fragile in a way that made his stomach lurch with vertigo. The calluses from years of gripping his wand were gone. The ache in his shoulder from where Dolohov's curse had struck him was absent. Every wound, every mark of his battles against Voldemort had vanished as if they'd never existed. But his memories remained. Every spell he'd learned, every lesson paid for in blood, every moment of triumph and devastating loss was still burned into his consciousness with perfect clarity. He remembered the weight of the Elder Wand in his hand, the terrible knowledge of what it meant to be a Horcrux, the sound of Hermione's sobs when she thought he was dead. He remembered Snape's final tears, silvery and precious, carrying the truth that had broken Harry's heart. He remembered the moment he'd chosen to walk into the Forbidden Forest and face his death. And now he was 7 years old again, lying in a cupboard that smelled of spiders and despair, with the sound of the Dursleys moving about their morning routine filtering through the door. Vernon's heavy footsteps shook the stairs above his head. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice called for Dudley to come down for breakfast, the familiar sounds of his childhood prison, but heard now through the ears of someone who had seen how the story ended. Harry sat up slowly, his head spinning with the implications of what had happened to him. Time travel was supposed to be impossible beyond a few hours, and even then it required a time-turner and careful ministry oversight. What he'd experienced was something else entirely, something that defied every law of magic he'd ever learned. Death itself had been reversed, time had been unwound, and he'd been given exactly what he'd bargained for in that final desperate moment. One more chance, The cupboard felt even smaller than he remembered, barely long enough for his child's body to lie straight. The single mattress was thin and lumpy, the blanket threadbare and stained. A single shelf held his few possessions, some broken toys that had belonged to Dudley, a few books with missing pages, and the school clothes that Petunia insisted on buying several sizes too large so they'd last longer. Everything exactly as it had been in the summer of 1987, when Harry Potter had been nothing more than a burden the Dursleys grudgingly fed and housed. But now Harry knew things that the 7-year-old version of himself had never imagined. He knew that he was a wizard, that his parents had died protecting him from the most dangerous dark wizard in a century, that he was famous throughout a world he'd never seen. More importantly, he knew what was coming. Voldemort's return, the deaths of everyone he'd come to love, the wars and betrayals and terrible choices that lay ahead. And he knew one crucial piece of information that might change everything. 12 Grimmauld Place. The address had burned itself into his memory during his 5th year, when Dumbledore had finally trusted him enough to reveal the location of the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters. Harry could see it clearly in his mind's eye. The shabby Georgian townhouse, squeezed between its neighbours, invisible to Muggles, protected by layers of magic that made it the perfect safe house. More importantly, it was the ancestral home of the Black family, which meant it belonged to Sirius. Sirius, who was currently rotting in Azkaban prison for crimes he'd never committed. Sirius, who would spend 12 years surrounded by Dementors, because everyone believed he'd betrayed James and Lily Potter to Voldemort. Sirius, who had never received a trial, never been allowed to speak in his own defense, never given the chance to reveal the truth about Peter Pettigrew. Harry's hands clenched into fists as rage flowed through him like molten steel. Sirius didn't have to suffer for 12 years. Harry could prevent that. He could expose Pettigrew now, before the rat had time to hide himself away in the Weasley family's care. He could prove Sirius's innocence and free the only family Harry had ever known. But first, he had to get out of this cupboard. He had to escape the Dursleys without alerting them to how much he'd changed, and most importantly, he had to figure out how to access his magic without a wand, because he was quite certain that Ollivanders wasn't going to sell a wand to an unaccompanied 7-year-old, no matter how famous his name might be. The sound of Aunt Petunia's voice cut through his planning like a knife. "Boy, get out here and make breakfast. And don't you dare burn the bacon again, or you'll go without meals for a week." Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath, centering himself the way he'd learned during those long months hunting Horcruxes, when meditation was the only thing that kept despair at bay. He was no longer the helpless child who'd once cowered in this cupboard. He was Harry Potter, the wizard who had faced Voldemort 7 times and lived to tell about it. He was the master of the Deathly Hallows, the boy who lived twice, and he would not be intimidated by 3 Muggles who thought magic was something to be ashamed of. But he also couldn't reveal how much he'd changed. Not yet. Vernon and Petunia were cruel and petty, but they weren't stupid. If Harry suddenly started acting like an adult, they'd notice. If he displayed knowledge he shouldn't have, they'd become suspicious. And the last thing he needed was the Dursleys deciding he was too dangerous to keep around. So Harry Potter, master of the Elder Wand and destroyer of Horcruxes, crawled out of his cupboard and shuffled toward the kitchen to cook breakfast for people he despised, playing the role of the cowed child they expected him to be. But inside his mind, he was already planning, already calculating, already preparing for the day when he would walk away from Privet Drive forever and begin the real work of changing history. The kitchen was exactly as he remembered it, aggressively normal, painted in shades of beige and yellow that seemed designed to drain all personality from the room. Aunt Petunia stood at the sink, her horse-like face pinched with perpetual disapproval as she scrubbed dishes with unnecessary violence. She didn't look up when Harry entered, merely jerked her head toward the stove, where bacon, eggs, and sausages waited to be cooked. "About time," she snapped. "Mr. and Mrs. Mason will be here for dinner tonight, and everything must be perfect." I won't have you ruining this opportunity for Vernon with your freakish behaviour." Harry nodded silently and moved to the stove, his movements automatic after years of cooking for the Dursleys. But his mind was elsewhere, calculating timelines and possibilities. If it was summer of 1987, then Voldemort had been gone for nearly 7 years. The wizarding world would be rebuilding, trying to pretend that the war had never happened. The Ministry would be desperate to maintain their narrative about Sirius Black's guilt, because admitting they'd imprisoned an innocent man without trial would be a scandal that could topple governments. But Harry had advantages that his 7-year-old self had never possessed. He knew where Peter Pettigrew was hiding, knew which Death Eaters had escaped justice, knew which Ministry officials could be trusted and which ones were corrupt. More importantly, he knew that Grimmauld Place was not just a safe house, but a treasure trove of magical knowledge and dark arts artifacts that could be turned against their former owners. The bacon sizzled in the pan as Harry worked, filling the kitchen with the smell of cooking meat. Behind him, heavy footsteps announced Vernon's arrival, followed by the thunderous stampede that meant Dudley was awake and demanding food. Harry didn't turn around, but he could feel their presence like a weight pressing down on his shoulders. "Morning, Dudders," Vernon's voice boomed with artificial cheer. "Ready for another day of summer holiday? I thought we might take you to the zoo today. See those animals you're always talking about." "Can we see the snakes?" Dudley's voice was high and whiny, exactly as Harry remembered. "I want to see the big ones that could eat a whole person." Harry's hand tightened on the spatula as a memory surfaced unbidden. The zoo. The snake that he'd somehow set free, speaking to it in a language he didn't understand. The first sign of his magical abilities manifesting, and the beating that had followed when the Dursleys blamed him for Dudley falling into the reptile enclosure. It would happen today, Harry realized. This was July 31st, his birthday, and the Dursleys were planning the same trip to the zoo that had started his journey toward discovering his true nature. But this time would be different. This time, Harry knew what he was capable of. This time, he understood what it meant when he could speak to snakes, knew that it marked him as something rare and powerful in the magical world. And this time, he would be ready for whatever came next. "Boy," Vernon's voice cracked like a whip. "Are you listening? I said you'll be staying with Mrs. Figg today while we take Dudley out. And if I hear you've caused any trouble, you'll be locked in your cupboard until school starts." Harry nodded without turning around, not trusting his expression to remain neutral. Mrs. Figg, the cat lady who smelled of cabbage and loneliness. He'd spent so many miserable days in her house, surrounded by photographs of cats, and forced to listen to her endless complaints about her health. Only later had he learned that she was a squib, a person born to magical parents, but without magic of their own, placed on Privet Drive by Dumbledore to watch over him. Dumbledore. The thought of his former headmaster sent a complicated mixture of emotions churning through Harry's chest. Love and hatred, respect and betrayal, gratitude and fury, all tangled together in a knot he couldn't begin to untangle. Dumbledore had known so much, had planned so carefully, had manipulated Harry's entire life toward the moment when he would willingly walk to his death. And yet, Dumbledore had also been wrong about so many things. Wrong about Snape, wrong about Sirius, wrong about the necessity of Harry's sacrifice. This time, Harry would not be a pawn in anyone else's game. This time, he would make his own choices and forge his own path. And the first step on that path was getting away from the Dursleys and finding his way to Grimmauld Place. The bacon was done. Harry transferred it to a serving plate, then started on the eggs, cracking them with practiced efficiency into the hot pan. The familiar rhythm of cooking gave him time to think, to plan, to consider all the variables that stood between him and his goals. He would need money, and he knew that the Potters had left him a vault full of gold at Gringotts Bank, but accessing it would require either an adult guardian or proof of his identity that he didn't currently possess. He would need transportation to London, which meant either convincing an adult to help him or finding his own way across the country. and he would need to avoid the attention of the Ministry's underage magic detection systems, because a 7-year-old performing magic outside of Hogwarts would trigger every alarm they had. But most importantly, he would need to be careful. Changing the timeline was dangerous in ways that most people never considered. Every action he took, every word he spoke, every choice he made would ripple outward through history in ways he couldn't predict or control. Save Sirius too early, and he might prevent some other crucial event from occurring. Expose Pettigrew before the time was right, and the rat might escape to warn other Death Eaters. Move too quickly, and he might draw Voldemort's attention before he was ready to face him again. The eggs were ready. Harry slid them onto plates alongside the bacon and sausages, then carried the food to the table where the Dursleys waited. They ate in silence, Vernon scanning the morning paper, while Petunia fussed over Dudley's appearance, and Dudley himself stuffed food into his mouth with mechanical efficiency. Harry stood by the stove, having learned years ago not to expect a seat at the table unless specifically invited. But as he watched them eat the food he'd prepared, Harry felt a strange sense of detachment settling over him. These people had shaped his childhood, had made him feel worthless and unwanted, had denied him love and acceptance for the first 11 years of his life. They'd locked him away, starved him, beaten him, and told him daily that he was a freak who didn't deserve to exist. And for years Harry had believed them. Now, though, he could see them for what they truly were: small, petty, frightened people who had taken out their own inadequacies on a defenseless child. Vernon wasn't a powerful authority figure. He was a bloated bully who found satisfaction in tormenting someone weaker than himself. Petunia wasn't a stern guardian. She was a bitter woman who had never forgiven her sister for having something she could never possess. And Dudley wasn't a dangerous threat. He was just a spoiled child who had never been taught that other people mattered. They were nothing. Less than nothing. And Harry Potter, who had stared down the darkest wizard in history and lived to tell the tale, would not spend one more day than necessary under their roof. Vernon finished his breakfast and stood, brushing crumbs from his shirt front. Right then, Petunia, we'd better get ready. The zoo opens at 10, and I want to be there early to avoid the crowds. He turned to Harry with the expression of someone noticing an unpleasant smell. You, boy, clean up this mess and then get yourself over to Mrs. Figg's house. And remember what I said about causing trouble. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry replied in the quiet, respectful tone they expected from him. But inside his mind, he was already counting down the hours until he could begin his escape. The Dursleys left in a flurry of activity, Vernon's car engine roaring to life as they drove away to their day of family bonding that didn't include the unwanted nephew they'd been stuck with. Harry watched from the kitchen window until the car disappeared around the corner, then allowed his carefully maintained facade to drop for the first time since waking up. He was alone. Truly alone, without the Dursleys' oppressive presence weighing him down. And for the first time in 17 years of life, Harry Potter smiled with genuine happiness. The real work could begin now. The emergency session of the Wizengamot convened at dawn, filling the ancient courtroom with an atmosphere of barely controlled chaos as Britain's most senior magical officials struggled to process the implications of Peter Pettigrew's confession. Harry sat in the witness gallery between Ted and Andromeda, watching the proceedings with the careful attention of someone who understood that the next few hours would determine not just Sirius Black's fate, but the entire wizarding world's relationship with truth and justice. The circular chamber was exactly as Harry remembered from his own trial in his original timeline, with tiered benches rising toward a vaulted ceiling and the Chief Warlock's chair positioned at the center of the lowest level. But the atmosphere was completely different from the hostile interrogation he had faced as a 15-year-old accused of underage magic use. Today, the Wizengamot members wore expressions of shock and uncertainty, rather than predetermined judgment, and the air practically hummed with whispered conversations about unprecedented circumstances and constitutional crises. "Order!" Chief Warlock Dumbledore called, his voice carrying easily through the chamber, despite his advanced age. This emergency session of the Wizengamot is convened to address new evidence in the matter of Sirius Orion Black, currently serving a life sentence in Azkaban prison for alleged crimes committed 7 years ago. Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions as he watched his former headmaster preside over the proceedings with calm authority. In his original timeline, Dumbledore had been many things: mentor, manipulator, protector, and ultimately a flawed human being who had made terrible choices in pursuit of what he believed was the greater good. But he had also been someone who valued justice and truth, even when those values conflicted with political convenience. "Director Bones," Dumbledore continued, "please present the evidence that has prompted this emergency review." Amelia Bones rose from her seat in the prosecution section, carrying a thick folder of documents that represented hours of meticulous investigation and verification. "Chief Warlock, members of the Wizengamot, last night this office received evidence that fundamentally challenges the conviction of Sirius Black and reveals a conspiracy that has persisted for 7 years. She gestured toward a section of the chamber where Peter Pettigrew sat under heavy, magical restraints, flanked by auras whose grim expressions suggested they were still processing the magnitude of what they were guarding. "The man you see before you is Peter Edgar Pettigrew, previously believed to have been murdered by Sirius Black on November 1st, 1981. As you will hear from his own testimony, Mr. Pettigrew is very much alive and has spent the intervening years hiding his true identity through illegal animagus transformation." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the chamber, punctuated by the sharp crack of Dumbledore's gavel as he called for order. "The accused will present his testimony under the influence of veritaserum," Bones continued. "Given the extraordinary nature of these claims, I have arranged for independent verification of the truth potion's efficacy." Harry watched as Madame Pomfrey, summoned from Hogwarts to serve as an impartial medical witness, administered the veritaserum with practiced efficiency. The school matron's presence added a layer of credibility that would make it difficult for skeptics to dismiss the proceedings as political manipulation. "State your name for the record," Bones commanded, once the truth potion had taken effect. "Peter Edgar Pettigrew," came the immediate response, spoken in the flat, affectless tone that characterized veritaserum-induced testimony. "Were you the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm, protecting James and Lily Potter in October of 1981? "Yes." "Did you reveal the location of the Potters to Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort?" "Yes." The silence that followed was profound and terrible. Even the most skeptical members of the Wizengamot could not deny the evidence of their own ears as they listened to a dead man confess to betraying the family that had trusted him with their lives. "Why did you betray them?" Bones pressed. "Voldemort threatened to kill me if I didn't cooperate. I was afraid. I thought if I told him what he wanted to know, he might spare me." "Did you warn the Potters that their location had been compromised?" "No." "Did you seek protection from the Order of the Phoenix or other allies?" "No." "After betraying the Potters, what did you do when confronted by Sirius Black?" "I faked my own death. I used a blasting curse to kill 12 muggles, then cut off my own finger and transformed into my rat form. I hid while Sirius was arrested for crimes I had committed." The courtroom erupted in angry voices and incredulous exclamations as the full scope of the deception became clear. Dumbledore's gavel cracked repeatedly as he struggled to maintain order among officials whose fundamental assumptions about justice and truth were crumbling before their eyes. "How long have you been living in your animagus form?" Bones continued, when quiet was finally restored. 7 years. I lived as a pet rat with wizarding families who believed I was just an animal." "Are you a registered animagus?" "No. I never registered my ability with the Ministry." "Who else knew about your transformation?" "James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin learned about it when we were students. They helped me master the transformation, but we kept it secret." Harry felt his hands clenching into fists as he listened to Pettigrew casually describe the friendship he had ultimately betrayed. The trust, the loyalty, the risks his father and godfather had taken to help their friend, all repaid with treachery and cowardice. "During your years in hiding, did you attempt to contact other followers of Voldemort?" "No. I was too frightened of being discovered. I stayed hidden and tried to avoid drawing attention to myself." "Do you have any knowledge of magical objects or methods Voldemort may have used to ensure his survival?" Pettigrew's expression flickered, even under the influence of Truth Potion, as if he was reluctant to discuss such dangerous topics. "I heard other Death Eaters speaking of objects that were important to the Dark Lord's power, items that would help him return if his body was destroyed, but I was never trusted with specific details." Bones continued her questioning for another hour, systematically dismantling every aspect of the case against Sirius, while building an overwhelming body of evidence for Pettigrew's guilt. By the time she finished, there could be no reasonable doubt that a catastrophic miscarriage of justice had occurred. "Members of the Wizengamot," Chief Warlock Dumbledore said, when the testimony concluded, "we have heard evidence that calls into question one of the most significant convictions in recent magical history. Before we proceed to deliberation, are there any questions for the witness or the investigating officers?" "I have a question," called a voice from the upper tiers. Augusta Longbottom, the formidable matriarch of the Longbottom family, rose from her seat with the careful dignity of someone whose own family had suffered greatly during the war. "Mr. Pettigrew, did you have any knowledge of planned attacks on other Order members? Specifically, did you know about the planned assault on Frank and Alice Longbottom?" "I knew the Dark Lord was planning to eliminate Order members who posed the greatest threat to his operations," Pettigrew replied. "The Longbottoms were high on his list because of their effectiveness in battle and their knowledge of Death Eater activities, but I was not involved in planning specific operations. Did you provide any information that could have facilitated attacks on other families?" "I provided whatever information the Dark Lord demanded. Names, addresses, meeting places, operational details. I was too frightened to refuse any of his requests." Augusta Longbottom's face had gone pale as she listened to this confirmation that Pettigrew's betrayal had extended far beyond the Potter family. "How many people died because of information you provided?" "I don't know the exact number," Pettigrew admitted, with the terrible honesty that Veritaserum compelled. "The Dark Lord didn't always tell me how he used the intelligence I gave him." The courtroom fell silent again, as the implications of this testimony sank in. Pettigrew hadn't just betrayed one family. He had been a systematic source of intelligence that had facilitated Voldemort's campaign of terror against anyone who opposed him. "Are there any other questions?" Dumbledore asked, though his voice carried a weariness that suggested he already understood the magnitude of the revelations they had witnessed. When no one else spoke, he rose from the Chief Warlock's chair with the slow movements of someone carrying an enormous burden. "Members of the Wizengamot, we will now deliberate on the evidence presented. Given the extraordinary nature of these proceedings, I am calling for an immediate vote on the following motions. First, that Sirius Black is innocent of all charges for which he was convicted. Second, that Peter Pettigrew is guilty of the crimes previously attributed to Sirius Black. And third, that Sirius Black should be immediately released from Azkaban with full exoneration and compensation for his wrongful imprisonment." The vote was unanimous. Not a single member of the Wizengamot was willing to defend a conviction that had been so thoroughly demolished by evidence and testimony. Within minutes, orders were being prepared for Sirius's immediate release, while additional charges were being filed against Pettigrew for his years of deception and his role in facilitating Voldemort's reign of terror. "This session is adjourned," Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying both relief and profound sadness. "Mr. Black will be released within the hour, and arrangements will be made for his medical care and rehabilitation. The Ministry will prepare a full public statement explaining these developments and addressing the systemic failures that allowed this miscarriage of justice to persist for 7 years. As the courtroom began to empty, Harry found himself approached by Dumbledore himself, the elderly wizard moving with careful steps down from the Chief Warlock's platform. The headmaster's blue eyes held their familiar twinkle, but there was also a gravity that spoke of someone grappling with uncomfortable truths. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said formally, "I understand that you played a crucial role in uncovering this conspiracy. Your actions have freed an innocent man and exposed a dangerous criminal who might otherwise have remained hidden indefinitely." "I just did what needed to be done," Harry replied carefully, studying the man who had shaped so much of his original timeline through both wisdom and manipulation. "Indeed, though I confess curiosity about how you came to suspect that a family pet was actually Peter Pettigrew. Such insights are remarkable for someone of your age and experience." Harry felt the familiar weight of questions that he couldn't answer honestly. "I've always been able to sense things about people," he said, falling back on the explanation that had worked with other adults. "Magic affects me differently, because of what happened when Voldemort tried to kill me." "Ah, yes," Dumbledore murmured, his penetrating gaze studying Harry's face with uncomfortable intensity. "The night that changed so much for all of us. Tell me, Harry, do you remember anything about that night? Dreams, perhaps, or impressions that feel more real than ordinary childhood memories?" The question hit closer to home than Harry was comfortable with, because it suggested that Dumbledore suspected there was more to Harry's knowledge than he was revealing. "I don't remember the night itself," Harry said truthfully, "but I do have dreams sometimes about things that haven't happened yet." It wasn't entirely false. Harry's knowledge of future events could certainly be characterized as prophetic dreams, even if the reality was more complicated than that simple explanation suggested. "Fascinating," Dumbledore said softly. "Such gifts are rare and often quite burdensome for those who possess them. If you ever need guidance in understanding these experiences, please know that my door is always open." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, though he had no intention of seeking Dumbledore's counsel on matters that the headmaster couldn't possibly understand. As Dumbledore moved away to deal with the administrative aftermath of the morning's revelations, Harry found himself thinking about the broader implications of what they had accomplished. Sirius would be free within the hour, which was a victory beyond anything he had dared hope for when he first woke up in his cupboard at Privet Drive. But the exposure of Pettigrew's betrayal would also force the wizarding world to confront uncomfortable truths about the war they thought they had won. "Harry," Andromeda said, appearing at his elbow with an expression of fierce satisfaction, "we need to talk about what comes next. Sirius will need time to recover from his ordeal, but once he's ready, we'll need to discuss the larger implications of what we've learned about Voldemort's survival methods." "The Horcruxes," Harry said quietly, glancing around to make sure they weren't being overheard. "Exactly. If Pettigrew was right about objects that could ensure Voldemort's return, then the wizarding world is living in a fool's paradise. They think the war is over, but it's really just been interrupted." "Then we need to prepare them," Harry said, with quiet determination. "We need to make sure that when Voldemort does return, we're ready for him." "That's going to require careful planning and strategic thinking," Ted observed, joining their conversation as the courtroom continued to empty around them. "The Ministry will be dealing with a crisis of confidence after today's revelations. Public trust in official institutions has been severely damaged." "Which might actually work in our favor," Andromeda mused. "If people are questioning the official narrative about the war, they might be more willing to listen to warnings about future threats." As they made their way out of the Wizengamot chamber and through the corridors of the Ministry, Harry found himself thinking about how dramatically the timeline had already changed. In his original life, Sirius had remained in Azkaban until his escape during Harry's 3rd year, and even then he had been forced to live as a fugitive, until his death in the Department of Mysteries. Now, Sirius would be a free man with his name cleared and his honor restored. But more importantly, the wizarding world was about to learn that their victory over Voldemort had been incomplete, that the Dark Lord had found ways to cheat death and would eventually return to power. That knowledge, properly used, could make all the difference between victory and defeat in the conflicts to come. The journey to Azkaban to retrieve Sirius took place aboard a ministry transport vessel that cut through the choppy waters of the North Sea with mechanical efficiency. Harry stood at the bow of the ship, watching the infamous prison grow larger on the horizon as they approached the island that had housed Britain's most dangerous magical criminals for centuries. Azkaban was exactly as he remembered from his future visits, a triangular fortress of black stone that seemed to absorb light and hope in equal measure. Even from a distance, Harry could feel the presence of the Dementors that served as the prison's guards, their soul-sucking aura, creating a miasma of despair that made the sea air taste of fear and regret. "Horrible place," Andromeda murmured, standing beside Harry as they approached the landing dock. "I've never been here before, but the stories you hear about what the Dementors do to prisoners—" "Sirius is strong," Harry said firmly, though he was worried about what 7 years in this place might have done to his godfather's mental and physical health. He'll have survived. He has to have survived. The process of securing Sirius's release was mercifully brief, handled by ministry officials who seemed eager to complete the paperwork and leave this cursed place as quickly as possible. Harry waited in the boat's cabin while the adults handled the bureaucratic requirements, trying not to think about the fact that somewhere in the fortress above them, his godfather was experiencing freedom for the first time in 7 years. When the officials finally emerged from the prison, they were accompanied by a figure that Harry almost didn't recognize as Sirius Black. The man who had once been handsome and vibrant was now gaunt and hollow-eyed, his hair streaked with premature grey, and his clothes hanging loose on a frame that had been reduced to skin and bone. But his eyes, when they met Harry's, still held the fierce intelligence and stubborn dignity that had made him a hero of the war against Voldemort. "Harry," Sirius said, his voice hoarse from years of disuse, but still carrying the warmth that Harry remembered from their too brief relationship in his original timeline. "You're real. They told me what you did, but I thought it might be another hallucination. The Dementors make you see things, make you hope for things that can't be true." "I'm real," Harry said, stepping forward to embrace his godfather, despite the smell of prison and despair that clung to him like a physical presence. "And you're free. Peter Pettigrew confessed to everything. The whole wizarding world knows you're innocent." Sirius held him with trembling hands, and Harry could feel the tears that his godfather was trying not to shed. 7 years, he whispered. 7 years I've been waiting for someone to believe the truth. 7 years of thinking I might die in that place, with everyone believing I was a traitor. "Never," Harry said fiercely. "I always knew you were innocent. I just had to find a way to prove it." As the boat carried them back toward the mainland and the beginning of Sirius's new life as a free man, Harry found himself thinking about how much had already changed and how much more change was yet to come. They had won an important victory today, but the war against Voldemort was far from over. The real work of preparing the wizarding world for what was coming would begin now, with Sirius free to help them and the truth about Horcruxes beginning to spread through the magical community. It wouldn't be easy, and there would undoubtedly be setbacks and complications along the way. But for the first time since waking up in his cupboard at Privet Drive, Harry felt genuinely optimistic about their chances of success. The timeline had been changed. Justice had been served. And Sirius Black, the innocent man who had suffered so much for crimes he never committed, was finally coming home. The sitting room at Grimmauld Place had been transformed into something approaching genuine warmth and comfort during the week since Sirius's return from Azkaban. The dusty sheets had been removed from the furniture, revealing elegant pieces that had been lovingly maintained by Creature despite years of neglect. Fresh flowers adorned the mantelpiece, their bright colours providing a cheerful contrast to the dark wood panelling that had once made the room feel oppressive and forbidding. Most importantly, the portrait of Mrs. Black had been permanently silenced through a combination of magical wards and strategic diplomacy that had convinced the painted matriarch to observe rather than harangue. Harry sat in his favourite chair near the fireplace, watching Sirius move about the room with the careful steps of someone still adjusting to freedom after 7 years of confinement. His godfather had gained weight during his recovery, though he remained thinner than Harry remembered from his original timeline. The hollow-eyed desperation that had marked his appearance immediately after his release from Azkaban had been replaced by something approaching his old confidence, though there were still moments when shadows crossed his face as memories of Dementors and cold stone cells intruded on his consciousness. "The Ministry's compensation offer is generous," Ted was saying, studying the official documents that had arrived that morning with the post. "Full restitution for wrongful imprisonment, medical expenses covered, and a formal apology from the Wizengamot. They're clearly hoping to avoid a public lawsuit that would further damage their credibility." "Money can't give me back 7 years of my life," Sirius replied, with the bitter edge that occasionally crept into his voice when discussing his ordeal. "But it can fund the work we need to do to prevent Voldemort from returning to power. And that's worth more than any personal satisfaction I might gain from prolonged legal battles." Andromeda looked up from the stack of correspondence she had been sorting, her expression thoughtful as she considered the strategic implications of their newfound resources. "The compensation will give us significant financial independence, which means we can operate without having to justify our activities to ministry bureaucrats. But we'll need to be careful about how we use those funds. Too much visible activity could attract unwanted attention from people who would prefer that certain truths remain buried." "What's the current status of our Horcrux research?" Harry asked, steering the conversation toward the larger mission that had been driving their activities since Pettigrew's capture and trial. Creature, who had been dusting the bookshelf with the kind of meticulous attention that spoke of genuine pride in his work, turned to address the question. "Creature has been searching the Black family records for any mention of objects that might match the descriptions of the Dark Lord's soul containers. The family collected many powerful artifacts over the centuries, and some of those items may have been used for the creation of additional Horcruxes." The house elf approached the table where the others were seated, carrying a leather-bound tome that looked like it had been crafted during the medieval period. "This is the Black family inventory, maintained by generations of house elves who recorded every magical object that entered or left the family's possession. Creature believes he has found references to several items that may be relevant to your search." Harry leaned forward eagerly as Creature opened the ancient book and began reading from entries written in the careful script of long-dead servants. The inventory was exhaustively detailed, cataloguing everything from common household items to priceless artifacts that had been acquired through purchase, inheritance, or conquest. "Here," Creature said, pointing to an entry dated from the late 19th century. "A cup of Helga Hufflepuff, acquired by Bellatrix Lestrange and placed in the family vault at Gringotts for safekeeping. The entry notes that the cup radiates dark magic and should be handled with extreme caution." Hufflepuff's cup, Harry breathed, recognizing the description from his memories of the Horcrux hunt in his original timeline. "That's definitely one of them. Voldemort had an obsession with objects connected to the Hogwarts founders. And here," Creature continued, turning to another section of the inventory, "a diadem of unknown origin, brought to the house by Master Regulus shortly before his death. The entry states that he claimed it belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw, though the family questioned the authenticity of that attribution." "Ravenclaw's diadem," Sirius said with growing understanding. "Regulus must have stolen it from wherever Voldemort had hidden it, just like he stole the locket. My brother was more involved in the fight against the Dark Lord than any of us realized." Harry felt a surge of excitement as the pieces of the puzzle began falling into place. "If we can locate those 2 Horcruxes, We'll have eliminated more than half of Voldemort's soul anchors. Combined with the locket we've already destroyed, that would leave only a few remaining objects between him and true mortality. The question is how to find them, Ted observed. The cup is apparently in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, which is probably the most heavily defended location in magical Britain. The diadem could be anywhere, assuming it's still in this house. Actually, Creature interjected, the diadem is not in this house. Master Regulus gave specific instructions for its disposal, believing it to be too dangerous to keep among the family treasures. Creature was ordered to hide it in a place where it would never be found by accident, but could be retrieved if necessary. Where did you hide it? Andromeda asked. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Creature replied. Master Regulus believed that the school's protective enchantments would prevent the object from causing harm to innocent people, while keeping it accessible to those who knew what they were looking for. Harry's pulse quickened as he realized what this meant. You hid it in the room of requirement, didn't you? The room that appears when someone has a specific need, filled with objects that previous users have left behind. Creature is impressed by Harry Potter's knowledge, the house elf said, with genuine admiration. Yes, the diadem was placed in the room of hidden things, among thousands of other objects, discarded by generations of students. Master Regulus believed it would be safe there until someone came looking for it with the proper knowledge and intentions. That's brilliant, Sirius said, with growing excitement. Hidden in plain sight, protected by the school's ancient magic, but accessible to anyone who understands what they're looking for. Regulus was cleverer than I ever gave him credit for. The problem, Harry said thoughtfully, is that retrieving it will require access to Hogwarts, and we can't exactly walk into the school and announce that we're looking for a dark arts artifact without attracting unwanted attention. Actually, Andromeda said slowly, we might be able to arrange legitimate access through Dumbledore. He's been surprisingly supportive of our efforts to expose the truth about the war, and he might be willing to assist with locating objects that could pose a threat to student safety. Harry considered this suggestion carefully. In his original timeline, Dumbledore had been aware of the Horcrux hunt and had actively participated in gathering information about Voldemort's soul magic, but he had also been secretive and manipulative, sharing information only when he deemed it necessary and keeping crucial details hidden until the last possible moment. We'll need to be careful about how much we reveal to him, Harry said finally. Dumbledore is trustworthy in the broad sense, but he has his own agenda and his own ideas about how the war against Voldemort should be conducted. If we're not careful, he might try to take control of our mission. What about the cup at Gringotts? Ted asked. That seems like an even more challenging target than the diadem at Hogwarts. Gringotts is supposed to be impregnable, Sirius admitted, but the goblins who run the bank are primarily motivated by profit and reputation. If we could find a way to convince them that the Lestrange vault contains objects that pose a threat to the bank's security, they might be willing to cooperate with a legitimate investigation. Or, Harry said with a slight smile, we could approach the problem from a different angle entirely. Bellatrix Lestrange is currently in Azkaban, convicted of torturing the Longbottoms into insanity. If we could arrange for a legal search of her possessions as part of an ongoing investigation into Death Eater activities, we might be able to gain access to the vault through official channels. Andromeda looked impressed by the suggestion. That's actually quite clever. The Ministry is already conducting a comprehensive review of Death Eater assets and activities following the revelations about Peter Pettigrew. Adding the Lestrange vault to that investigation wouldn't seem unusual or suspicious. Augusta Longbottom would certainly support such an investigation, Ted added. After what Bellatrix did to her son and daughter-in-law, she has strong personal motivation to see any remaining Lestrange assets seized by the Ministry. As the afternoon wore on and their plans began to take more concrete shape, Harry found himself thinking about how dramatically different this timeline had become from his original experience. Instead of stumbling through the Horcrux hunt As a fugitive teenager with minimal resources and support, he was now part of a coordinated effort that included adult allies with political connections and significant financial resources. But perhaps most importantly, they were operating with the knowledge and consent of people who understood the stakes involved. Sirius knew about Voldemort's Horcruxes and was committed to finding and destroying them. Andromeda and Ted understood the political and legal complexities of their mission and were prepared to navigate those challenges. Even Creature, who had spent years guarding secrets that no one else seemed to value, was finally able to contribute his knowledge and skills to a cause that honored his master's sacrifices. "There's something else we need to discuss," Sirius said, as the conversation began to wind down. "Harry, you've accomplished incredible things in the months since you appeared at Andromeda's door with claims that everyone thought were impossible. But you're still only 7 years old, and the work we're planning will involve dangers that most adult wizards would find challenging." "I'm not most children," Harry replied, which was certainly true, even if the reasons were more complicated than Sirius could possibly understand. "No, you're not," his godfather agreed. "But you're still my responsibility, and I'm not comfortable with the idea of involving you in missions that could put you in mortal danger. Breaking into Gringotts or infiltrating Hogwarts to steal dark arts artifacts isn't the kind of activity that children should be participating in, regardless of their knowledge or abilities." Harry felt a surge of frustration at the familiar problem of being trapped in a child's body while possessing an adult's knowledge and experience. "Sirius, everything we've accomplished so far has been because I knew things that other people didn't know. Without my knowledge of Pettigrew's location and Regulus's Horcrux research, you would still be in Azkaban, and the wizarding world would be completely unprepared for Voldemort's return." "I know that," Sirius said gently, "and I'm grateful beyond words for everything you've done. But Harry, part of being a responsible guardian is knowing when to protect the people you care about from dangers they're not ready to face. You've already changed the world in ways that will echo through history. Now it's time to let the adults take over the parts of this mission that require direct confrontation with forces that could kill you." It was a reasonable position, and one that Harry couldn't argue against without revealing the full extent of his knowledge and experience. But it was also frustrating in the extreme, because he knew that his unique insights would be crucial for identifying and destroying the remaining Horcruxes. "What if I promise to stay out of direct danger?" Harry asked. "What if I agree to limit my involvement to research and planning, leaving the actual retrieval missions to people with more experience and magical training?" Sirius considered this proposal carefully, clearly weighing his protective instincts against the practical reality that Harry's knowledge was irreplaceable. "Research and planning only," he said finally. "You help us identify targets and develop strategies, but when it comes time for actual missions, you stay somewhere safe while the adults handle the dangerous work." "Agreed," Harry said, though he was already thinking about ways to ensure that his involvement remained meaningful, despite these restrictions. "Good," Andromeda said with obvious relief. "Now that we've settled the question of Harry's safety, we can focus on the practical details of our upcoming missions. I suggest we start with the diadem at Hogwarts, since that operation involves the least risk of serious injury or legal complications. I'll contact Dumbledore tomorrow," Sirius offered. "I'll explain that we've discovered evidence of dangerous dark arts artifacts hidden in the school and request permission to conduct a discreet search. Given his concern for student safety and his support for our previous efforts, I'm confident he'll grant access." "What about the cup at Gringotts?" Ted asked. "That will require more careful preparation," Andromeda admitted. "We'll need to coordinate with the Ministry's ongoing investigation into Death Eater assets, and we'll need to ensure that any legal search warrants are properly executed to avoid diplomatic complications with the Goblin Nation." "But it's achievable," Harry said with quiet confidence. "We know where the Horcruxes are, we have the resources to reach them, and we have allies who understand what needs to be done. For the first time since Voldemort disappeared, we're actually ahead of him, rather than reacting to his moves. Speaking of being ahead of him, Sirius said thoughtfully, we should also consider the possibility that there are other Death Eaters who know about the Horcruxes and might try to protect them. Bellatrix Lestrange was fanatically loyal to Voldemort, and she might have left instructions for other supporters to guard his most precious possessions. That's a valid concern, Andromeda agreed. But most of the Inner Circle Death Eaters are either dead or in Azkaban. The ones who remain free are either in hiding like Pettigrew was, or they've convinced the Ministry that they were acting under duress and pose no further threat. The Malfoys, Harry said suddenly, remembering something crucial from his original timeline. Lucius Malfoy was never convicted as a Death Eater. He claimed that he was operating under the Imperious Curse and managed to avoid prosecution by donating heavily to various Ministry causes. What about the Malfoys? Ted asked. Lucius might know about the Horcruxes, Harry explained. And if he does, he might be taking steps to protect them as insurance against Voldemort's return. We should assume that any attempt to retrieve the remaining soul anchors will face opposition from people who have their own reasons for wanting Voldemort to remain immortal. The conversation continued well into the evening as they refined their plans and considered various contingencies. By the time Kreacher announced that dinner was ready, they had established a clear set of priorities and identified the resources they would need for each mission. The diadem at Hogwarts would be their first target, retrieved through official channels with Dumbledore's cooperation and blessing. The cup at Gringotts would follow, accessed through legal search warrants, obtained as part of the Ministry's broader investigation into Death Eater assets, and throughout both operations they would remain alert for signs of opposition from surviving Voldemort supporters who might understand what they were trying to accomplish. It was an ambitious plan, but it was also carefully thought out and realistically achievable. More importantly, it was a plan that would strike a devastating blow against Voldemort's preparations for immortality, leaving him vulnerable when he eventually tried to return to power. As Harry made his way to his bedroom that night, he reflected on how far they had come since his desperate appearance at Andromeda's door, with nothing but impossible claims and dangerous knowledge. Now they had a home, a family, allies throughout the Ministry, and concrete plans for eliminating the magical objects that made Voldemort so difficult to kill permanently. The war against the Dark Lord was far from over, but for the first time since his return to the past, Harry felt genuinely confident that it was a war they could win. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new dangers, but tonight he could rest in the knowledge that they were finally moving forward rather than simply reacting to events beyond their control. The boy who had lived twice was ready for whatever came next. 6 months had passed since that extraordinary night when Harry Potter first knocked on Andromeda Tonks's door with impossible claims about Sirius Black's innocence, and the wizarding world had settled into a new equilibrium that acknowledged uncomfortable truths about the war they had thought was over. The morning sunlight streaming through the tall windows of Grimmauld Place illuminated a house that had been transformed from a monument to pure blood supremacy into something approaching a genuine family home, where the ghosts of past mistakes had been replaced by the promise of future possibilities. Harry sat at the kitchen table that had become the unofficial center of their operations, reading the latest issue of the Daily Prophet with the analytical eye of someone who had learned to decode the subtle meanings hidden beneath magical journalism. The headlines spoke of ongoing investigations into Death Eater activities, Ministry reforms designed to prevent future miscarriages of justice, and the gradual rehabilitation of public trust in official institutions. But buried in the smaller articles were hints of deeper changes taking place in the magical community's understanding of what the war had really cost them. "Another Horcrux destroyed," Sirius announced with quiet satisfaction as he entered the kitchen carrying a piece of parchment that still bore scorch marks from the magical fire that had been used to transmit it securely. "Dumbledore's letter confirms that Ravenclaw's diadem has been eliminated, The operation went exactly as planned, with no complications and no witnesses who could compromise our broader mission. That makes 3, Harry said, mentally checking off another item from the list that had driven their activities since his return to the past. The locket we destroyed here at Grimmauld Place, the ring that Dumbledore eliminated from the Gaunt family ruins, and now the diadem from Hogwarts. We're more than halfway through Voldemort's soul anchors. Andromeda looked up from the correspondence she had been reviewing, her expression thoughtful as she considered the strategic implications of their continued success. The cup from the Lestrange vault should be accessible within the next few weeks, once the Ministry's asset seizure warrant is processed, and our contacts at Gringotts have confirmed that the goblins are willing to cooperate with the investigation in exchange for guarantees about future banking regulations. "What about the remaining Horcruxes?" Ted asked, joining the conversation as he settled into his usual chair with a cup of tea that had been prepared to his exact preferences by Creature's careful attention to household details. "Do we have leads on the locations of the other soul fragments?" Harry was quiet for a moment, weighing the risks and benefits of revealing information that came from knowledge of future events that hadn't happened yet in this timeline. "There's one more that I'm certain about," he said finally. "A snake named Nagini, who serves as Voldemort's constant companion. She'll be the last Horcrux he creates, and the hardest one to destroy, because she's a living creature rather than an inanimate object." "A living Horcrux," Sirius said, with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. "I've heard theories about such things in the darkest magical texts, but I never imagined that even Voldemort would go that far." "It makes strategic sense from his perspective," Andromeda observed, with the clinical detachment that came from her pure-blood education in dark arts theory. "A snake can defend itself in ways that a cup or a diadem cannot. It can move, hide, even fight back against anyone who tries to destroy it. More importantly, it can stay close to Voldemort himself, allowing him to monitor its safety directly." "But it also represents a weakness," Harry pointed out, "because if we can find and kill the snake, we eliminate his final soul anchor without having to search for hidden objects or break into heavily defended locations. The problem is that finding Nagini will likely mean finding Voldemort himself," Ted said grimly. "And confronting the Dark Lord directly is not something we should attempt or until we're absolutely certain we've eliminated all of his other Horcruxes." "Which brings us to the larger question," Sirius said, settling into his own chair with the careful movements of someone still recovering from years of imprisonment, but regaining strength daily. "What do we do once we've destroyed all the soul fragments we can locate? How do we prepare for Voldemort's inevitable return to power?" It was a question that had been weighing on Harry's mind throughout their campaign against the Horcruxes, because he knew that destroying the magical objects was only the first phase of a much larger conflict. Voldemort would return, probably within the next few years, and when he did, the wizarding world would need to be ready for a war that would make their previous conflicts seem like mere skirmishes. "We build alliances," Harry said with quiet conviction. "We identify the people who understand the threat and are willing to take risks to oppose it. We gather resources and develop strategies that go beyond simply reacting to Voldemort's moves. Most importantly, we make sure that the next war is fought on our terms, rather than his." "The Order of the Phoenix," Andromeda murmured, referencing the resistance organization that had fought against Voldemort during the First War. "Dumbledore has been quietly rebuilding the network, though he's been much more careful about security procedures after what happened with Peter Pettigrew's betrayal." "The Order will be important," Harry agreed, "but we'll need more than just a secret resistance movement. We'll need the Ministry, the international magical community, and the general public to understand that the threat is real and immediate." "That's going to be the challenge," Ted said thoughtfully. "People want to believe that the war is over, that Voldemort is gone forever, that they can return to their normal lives without worrying about Dark Lords and soul magic. Convincing them to prepare for another conflict will require evidence that most of them won't want to accept. We have evidence, Sirius pointed out. The Horcruxes we've destroyed prove that Voldemort was preparing for his own survival. Peter Pettigrew's testimony confirmed that the Dark Lord had methods for cheating death. The wizarding world has already accepted that their victory was incomplete. But accepting incomplete victory is different from preparing for active conflict, Andromeda observed. The Ministry is conducting investigations and implementing reforms, but they're not mobilizing for war. The public is interested in the revelations about Horcrux magic, but they're treating it as historical curiosity, rather than immediate threat. Harry stood and moved to the window that looked out onto the narrow London street where Grimmauld Place remained, hidden from Muggle observation. The neighbourhood looked exactly the same as it had 6 months ago, with the same elegant Georgian houses and carefully maintained gardens. But Harry knew that everything had changed, that the timeline he had known was now irreversibly altered, and that the future would unfold in ways that no one could predict with certainty. Where are you going to be watching this from? The question came from 7-year-old Ron Weasley, who had been invited to spend the day at Grimmauld Place, while his parents attended a ministry function related to Arthur's growing involvement in the investigation of dark arts artifacts. The boy was standing in the doorway, with wide eyes that spoke of someone trying to process information that was far beyond his normal experience. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, turning from the window to face his future best friend with curiosity about this timeline's version of their relationship. "When you know who comes back," Ron clarified, with the matter-of-fact acceptance that children often displayed toward extraordinary circumstances. "Dad says that you're the one who figured out how to stop him before, so you'll probably be the one who has to stop him again. I was wondering where you'd be watching from when it happens." The innocence of the question hit Harry like a physical blow, because it forced him to confront the reality that his actions had changed not just his own fate, but the fates of everyone around him. In his original timeline, Ron Weasley had been his closest friend and most loyal supporter, someone who had stood by him through years of danger and uncertainty. Now Ron was just a 7-year-old boy whose family rat had turned out to be a Death Eater, and whose understanding of the wider magical world was shaped by stories about a mysterious child who seemed to know impossible things. "I won't be watching from anywhere," Harry said gently, kneeling down so that he was at eye level with the younger boy. "If Voldemort does return, I'll be right in the middle of the fight to stop him. But Ron, I hope that by the time that happens, I won't be fighting alone." "You mean like having friends to help you?" Ron asked, with the kind of hope that suggested he was already imagining himself as part of such adventures. "Exactly like having friends to help me," Harry confirmed, smiling at the boy who represented so much of what he was fighting to protect. "The most important lesson I've learned is that no one can win a war by themselves. It takes families and friends and people who care about each other working together to overcome the kind of evil that Voldemort represents." "Will you teach me to fight you-know-who?" Ron asked, with the earnest enthusiasm that Harry remembered from their early days at Hogwarts. "I'll teach you to be brave and loyal, and to stand up for people who can't stand up for themselves," Harry replied. "Those are the most important skills anyone can have, whether they're fighting Dark Lords or just trying to be good people." As Ron wandered off to explore the house under Creature's careful supervision, Harry found himself thinking about the broader implications of the changes he had set in motion. In his original timeline, Ron's childhood had been marked by poverty and the low-level anxiety that came from having parents who were involved in dangerous resistance work. Now, the Weasley family was prosperous and respected. Their home no longer harbored a dangerous criminal, and their children could grow up with normal concerns about schoolwork and Quidditch rather than wars and betrayals. "Harry," Andromeda called from the kitchen table, where she had been reviewing a stack of official correspondence that seemed to grow larger each day. "There's something here you should see. It's a letter from Augusta Longbottom about the effects our revelations have had on her family's situation." Harry returned to the table and accepted the letter, written in the precise handwriting that he remembered from his original timeline's encounters with the formidable Longbottom matriarch. As he read, his expression grew increasingly serious. "She's saying that Frank and Alice Longbottom are showing signs of improvement," Harry said with wonder. "The mind healers at St. Mungo's believe that the capture and trial of Peter Pettigrew, combined with the public acknowledgement of what the Longbottoms suffered during the war, has had a positive effect on their psychological condition." "Hope," Sirius said simply. "They're responding to the knowledge that justice has finally been served, that their sacrifice wasn't forgotten, and that the people who destroyed their lives are being held accountable for their crimes." Augusta also mentions that young Neville is doing better as well. Harry continued reading. "He's more confident, more willing to try new things, less afraid of disappointing people. She attributes it to the change in how their family is perceived by the magical community." It was another reminder of how extensively Harry's actions had altered the timeline, creating ripple effects that extended far beyond his original goals of freeing Sirius and preventing specific tragedies. The Longbottom family's recovery represented hope for healing that went beyond individual cases, suggesting that the broader wizarding community was capable of confronting its trauma and moving towards something better. "There's more," Andromeda said, indicating another section of the correspondence. "Augusta is proposing the formation of a new organization, something that would coordinate between families who were affected by the war and ensure that the lessons we've learned aren't forgotten when the next crisis arrives." "A support network," Ted observed approvingly. "People who understand the cost of conflict and are committed to preventing future tragedies. That could be invaluable when Voldemort returns and we need public support for difficult decisions. It's also evidence that the changes we've made are becoming self-sustaining," Harry said with growing excitement. "We're not the only ones who understand what needs to be done. Other people are taking initiative, building their own networks, creating their own solutions to the problems they see in the magical world." As the afternoon progressed, and more visitors arrived at Grimmauld Place for what had become their regular strategy session, Harry found himself reflecting on how much had changed since that desperate night when he had awakened in his cupboard at Privet Drive with nothing but impossible knowledge and determined hope. Hermione Granger arrived with her parents, who had been briefed on the broad outlines of the situation and were contributing their professional expertise to the challenge of organizing information and resources. The bushy-haired girl who would become one of Harry's closest friends was now an 8-year-old whose magical education was being supplemented by access to the Black Family Library and personal tutoring from some of the most knowledgeable adults in the wizarding world. "I've been researching additional methods for destroying Horcruxes," Hermione announced, with the same academic intensity that Harry remembered from their original timeline. There are references in several ancient texts to magical fires that burn hotter than fiend fire, and to curses that can unmake the fundamental structure of enchanted objects. "Excellent work," Andromeda said with genuine approval. "That kind of research could be crucial if we encounter Horcruxes that are protected by defenses we haven't seen before." Neville Longbottom arrived shortly afterward, accompanied by his grandmother, who had insisted on personally inspecting the security arrangements at Grimmauld Place before allowing her grandson to participate in what she still considered dangerously premature exposure to adult concerns. But the boy who had been shy and frightened in Harry's original timeline was now confident and curious, his magical abilities developing under the guidance of teachers who understood that encouragement was more effective than criticism. "Gran says I can start learning defensive magic," Neville announced proudly. "She thinks that if you know who really is coming back, then children from important families need to be prepared to protect themselves." "Your grandmother is very wise," Harry replied, watching Augusta Longbottom nod approvingly from across the room. "Defensive magic is some of the most important magic anyone can learn, regardless of their age or background." As the evening wore on and their informal gathering evolved into something approaching a planning session for future operations, Harry found himself surrounded by faces that represented both his past and his future. Some, like Hermione and Neville, were people who had been central to his original timeline's struggle against Voldemort. Others, like Ron Weasley and Luna Lovegood, were children whose lives had been fundamentally altered by the changes he had set in motion. But perhaps most importantly, there were new faces as well. Adults like Augusta Longbottom and Amelia Bones, who had become allies in this timeline, but had remained distant authority figures in his original experience. Children like Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, whose magical education was beginning years earlier than it had before. Families like the Grangers, who were being integrated into the wizarding community as valued contributors rather than barely tolerated outsiders. "Harry," Luna Lovegood said, in her characteristic dreamy voice, approaching him as the evening began to wind down. "My father says that you're the reason everything changed. He says that one person with the right knowledge at the right time can alter the course of history." "Your father is right," Harry replied, smiling at the girl whose unique perspective had often provided crucial insights during their original timeline's adventures. "But Luna, the most important thing to remember is that changing history isn't something one person does alone. It requires lots of people working together, each contributing their own knowledge and abilities to something larger than themselves. Like the way different magical creatures work together to create a stable ecosystem," Luna observed, with the kind of lateral thinking that made her such a valuable ally. "Each one playing their own role, but all of them necessary for the whole system to function properly." "Exactly like that," Harry confirmed, struck by how perfectly her analogy captured what they had accomplished over the past 6 months. As their guests began to depart, and the house settled into the comfortable quiet that had replaced its former oppressive atmosphere, Harry found himself alone with the family that had grown around him during his campaign to change the timeline. Sirius was reviewing the evening's discussions with the careful attention of someone planning military operations. Andromeda was organizing correspondence and scheduling future meetings with the efficiency that had made her invaluable to their mission. Ted was reading through magical law texts, searching for precedents that might prove useful in future legal challenges. And Kreacher, the house elf, who had been transformed from bitter servitude to valued family membership, was cleaning up after their guests with the kind of pride that came from knowing his work contributed to something worthwhile. "Kreacher," Harry said, approaching the elderly elf as he finished arranging the sitting room furniture, "I want you to know how grateful I am for everything you've done. Without your knowledge of Regulus's sacrifice and your willingness to trust us with the family secrets, none of this would have been possible." "Harry Potter honors Kreacher with his gratitude," the house elf replied formally, though his large eyes shone with genuine affection. "But Kreacher knows that Harry Potter would have found another way to accomplish his goals. Harry Potter has the kind of determination that overcomes any obstacle." "Maybe," Harry said thoughtfully. "But I'm glad I didn't have to find out. Having a family to support me has made everything easier and more meaningful." As he made his way upstairs to the bedroom that had become truly his own, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him from a cupboard under the stairs to a house where he was valued and loved for who he was, rather than what he represented. The timeline had been changed, justice had been served, and the foundations had been laid for victories that would echo through the years to come. But perhaps most importantly, he had learned that the power to change the world didn't come from extraordinary magic or impossible knowledge. It came from the willingness to trust other people, to build relationships based on honesty and mutual respect, and to work together toward goals that benefited everyone rather than just oneself. The boy who had lived twice had found his family, his purpose, and his place in a world that was becoming better because people cared enough to make it so. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities, but tonight he could rest in the knowledge that the future was bright with possibility. The war against Voldemort was still coming, but when it arrived, it would face a wizarding world that was prepared, united, and determined to protect everything they had built together. And at the heart of that world would be a family that had been forged through shared struggle and tempered by the understanding that love was always stronger than fear. Harry Potter was finally home. The walk to Mrs. Figg's house had never felt so much like a reconnaissance mission. Harry moved down Privet Drive with careful, measured steps, his 7-year-old legs carrying him past the perfectly manicured lawns and identical driveways, while his adult mind catalogued every detail that might prove useful later. The elderly man washing his car at number 6, the woman tending her roses at number 8, the teenager mowing the lawn 3 houses down, all potential witnesses to his eventual departure, all people who might remember seeing a small boy walking alone at an unusual hour. Mrs. Figg answered her door on the second knock, her grey hair pulled back in its customary bun, and her cardigan already dusted with cat hair despite the early hour. The smell of cabbage and antiseptic wafted from her house like an invisible cloud of misery, exactly as Harry remembered it. But now, armed with the knowledge that she was a squib placed by Dumbledore to watch over him, he looked at her with new eyes. "Harry, dear," she said, her voice carrying that particular tone of forced patience that adults used with unwanted children. "Come in. Come in. I've got some photographs of Mr. Tibbles's new kittens to show you." "Thank you, Mrs. Figg," Harry replied politely, stepping into the cluttered hallway, lined with photographs of cats in various poses. But as she led him toward the sitting room, Harry found himself studying her more carefully than he ever had before. The way her eyes lingered on him, with something that might have been concern. The careful way she moved, as if always listening for something others couldn't hear. The subtle tension in her shoulders that suggested someone perpetually on guard. She knew. She had always known exactly who he was and why he was important. And that knowledge was something Harry could potentially use to his advantage. The sitting room was exactly as he remembered. Overstuffed furniture, covered in faded floral prints, side tables groaning under the weight of framed cat photographs, and the persistent smell of litter boxes that needed changing. Mrs. Figg settled him on the sofa with a plate of stale biscuits and launched into her usual routine of showing him photographs while providing detailed commentary on each cat's personality and recent adventures. But today, Harry found himself actually listening. Not to her words, which were as tedious as ever, but to the subtext beneath them. The way she positioned herself to keep the front window in her peripheral vision, the manner in which she paused occasionally, as if straining to hear something from outside, the subtle questions about his uncle's mood and his aunt's plans for the day, disguised as idle conversation, but clearly designed to gather information about his living situation. "And this is Snowball, after her visit to the veterinarian," Mrs. Figg was saying, holding up a photograph of a fluffy white cat with a distinctly disgruntled expression. She didn't appreciate the examination at all, the poor dear. Sometimes I think animals are much more sensitive to things than people realize. Harry nodded politely, but his attention was focused on the clock above the fireplace. The Dursleys wouldn't return from the zoo until late afternoon, which gave him several hours to begin implementing his plans, several hours to start gathering the resources he would need for his escape from Privet Drive and his journey to London. "Mrs. Figg," he said carefully, interrupting her narrative about Snowball's dietary preferences. "May I use your bathroom, please?" "Of course, dear. You know where it is." Harry made his way upstairs to the small bathroom, but instead of using the facilities, he moved quietly to the window that faced the back garden. Mrs. Figg's property backed up against a narrow alley that ran behind the houses on Privet Drive, providing a potential escape route that would avoid the main street entirely. More importantly, the alley connected to Magnolia Road, which would take him toward the centre of Little Whinging and the bus stop that served the routes into London. He had money. Not much, but enough to buy a bus ticket if he was careful. The Dursleys had been giving him small amounts of pocket money for the past year, ostensibly for sweets and comics, but Harry had learned to hoard every penny against future need, Hidden beneath a loose floorboard in his cupboard was nearly £3 in coins and crumpled notes, carefully saved from birthday money and the occasional reward for completing household chores without complaint. £3 wouldn't get him far, but it would get him to London. And once he reached the capital, he could find Grimmauld Place and begin the real work of changing history. But first, he needed to know exactly where he stood with Mrs. Figg. He needed to understand how much she really knew and how carefully she was watching him. Because, if Dumbledore had placed her here as a guardian, then she might try to stop him from leaving. And Harry couldn't afford to be stopped, not when Sirius was rotting in Azkaban and Pettigrew was living free under an assumed identity. Harry returned to the sitting room to find Mrs. Figg still absorbed in her photograph collection, but he noticed how her eyes flicked toward him as he settled back onto the sofa. Calculating, assessing, definitely more aware than she wanted him to realize. "Mrs. Figg," Harry said, allowing a note of childish curiosity to enter his voice, "do you ever miss having family around? I mean, it must be lonely with just the cats for company." Something flickered across her weathered features, too quick to identify, but definitely there. "Oh, I get by well enough, dear. The cats are quite good company when you get to know them properly, and I have neighbours who look in on me from time to time." "Like who?" Harry pressed, maintaining his innocent tone while watching her reaction carefully. "Well, there's Mrs. Number 7, and sometimes young Mr. Fletcher stops by when he's in the neighbourhood." Her voice remained steady, but Harry caught the slight emphasis on Fletcher's name. Mundungus Fletcher, he realised with a jolt of recognition, the Order member who had been assigned to watch Privet Drive during Harry's 5th year, another piece of Dumbledore's carefully constructed surveillance network. So she definitely knew more than she was letting on. The question was, how much, and whether she would try to interfere with his plans. "That's nice," Harry said, settling back into the sofa cushions as if preparing to listen to more cat stories. But inside his mind, he was already revising his timeline. If Mrs. Figg was reporting to Dumbledore, then his disappearance would be noticed much sooner than he'd originally planned. He would need to move quickly once he began his escape, and he would need to cover his tracks carefully to avoid being found before he reached his destination. The morning dragged on with painful slowness. Mrs. Figg showed him photograph after photograph, told him story after story, and plied him with increasingly stale biscuits and weak tea. But Harry endured it all with the patience of someone who had spent months living in a tent while hunting Horcruxes, knowing that greater purposes required temporary suffering. Around midday, she served him a lunch of tinned soup and dry sandwiches, chattering about her cat's various ailments, while Harry ate mechanically and continued his planning. The bus to London ran every 2 hours from the stop on Magnolia Road. The next departure would be at 2:30, which would give him time to retrieve his hidden money and make his way through the alley without being seen. But he would need to create a distraction, something to occupy Mrs. Figg's attention long enough for him to slip away. The solution, when it came to him, was elegantly simple. Mrs. Figg's cats were her obsession, her weakness, the one thing that could distract her from any other concern. And Harry, unlike his 7-year-old self, now understood exactly how to manipulate that obsession to his advantage. "Mrs. Figg," he said, as she cleared away the lunch dishes, "I think one of your cats might be hurt. I saw Tibbles in the garden earlier, and he was walking funny." The effect was immediate and dramatic. Mrs. Figg dropped the plates back onto the table with a clatter and rushed toward the back door, her face creased with worry. "Where did you see him? What kind of walking funny? Oh, that cat will be the death of me with his adventurous spirit." She disappeared into the garden, calling for Tibbles in the high, cooing voice she reserved for her feline companions. Harry waited exactly 30 seconds, then moved with the swift efficiency of someone who had infiltrated Gringotts Bank and lived to tell about it. Out the front door, down Privet Drive, at a pace that looked casual, but covered ground quickly, around the corner, and through the back alley that led behind the houses. His cupboard window was small, but Harry had always been thin, and his 7-year-old body slipped through the opening with ease. The loose floorboard came up with a soft creak, revealing his pathetic treasure trove of saved coins and rumpled notes. £3, 7 shillings and 4 pence. Enough for a bus ticket to London, with a little left over for food if he was careful. Harry stuffed the money into his pocket and looked around the cupboard one last time. This had been his prison for the first 11 years of his life, the place where the Dursleys had tried to break his spirit and teach him that he was worth nothing. But it had also been where he'd first learned to endure, to survive, to find strength in the darkest moments. He would not miss it. Back through the window, down the alley, and onto Magnolia Road without encountering another soul. Harry reached the bus stop with 10 minutes to spare before the 2:30 departure, and settled onto the bench to wait. The afternoon sun was warm on his face, and for the first time since awakening in his cupboard, Harry allowed himself to feel a spark of genuine hope. The bus, when it arrived, was a lumbering double-decker painted in faded blue and white. The driver was a middle-aged man with greying temples who looked at Harry with mild curiosity, but no suspicion. Children travelled alone on buses all the time, especially during school holidays. There was nothing unusual about a well-dressed boy making his way into London for an afternoon adventure. "Where to, lad?" the driver asked as Harry climbed aboard. "Central London, please," Harry replied, offering his most polite smile while handing over the exact fare he'd calculated in advance. "Right then. Take a seat anywhere you like. We'll be there in about 90 minutes, traffic permitting." Harry chose a seat near the back of the bus, settling by the window where he could watch the familiar suburbs of Little Whinging roll past. The houses grew smaller and more crowded as they travelled, the perfect lawns giving way to cluttered front gardens and washing lines strung between buildings. This was the world beyond Privet Drive, the world the Dursleys had always insisted was full of criminals and degenerates who would corrupt him if given the chance. They had been wrong about that, just as they'd been wrong about so many other things. The world beyond their narrow suburban bubble wasn't dangerous or corrupting. It was simply different, full of possibilities they were too frightened to explore. As the bus rumbled through the countryside toward London, Harry found his thoughts turning to Sirius. His godfather would be in his 7th year of imprisonment now, surrounded by dementors and slowly losing hope that anyone would ever believe his innocence. The real Sirius, not the broken man Harry had met in his 3rd year, but the young rebel who had chosen his own family over the blood relatives who had tried to mould him into their image. Sirius Black, who had been sorted into Gryffindor despite his family's Slytherin heritage, who had run away from home at 16 and never looked back, who had chosen James Potter as his brother when his own family disowned him for refusing to follow their pure-blood ideology, who had been willing to die for the Order of the Phoenix and the cause of defeating Voldemort, and who was now paying the price for Peter Pettigrew's cowardice and the Ministry's incompetence. But not for much longer, if Harry had anything to say about it. The landscape outside the window was changing as they approached London, the rolling countryside giving way to industrial estates and housing developments that stretched as far as the eye could see. Harry had forgotten how vast the city was, how overwhelming it could seem to someone who had spent most of his life in the claustrophobic confines of Privet Drive. But he felt no fear as the familiar skyline came into view. He had walked these streets before, had fought battles in the shadows between buildings, had learned to navigate the complex maze of neighborhoods and boroughs that made up the greatest city in the magical world. The bus terminal was a chaos of noise and movement, people rushing in all directions with suitcases and shopping bags, children crying, announcements echoing from speakers mounted high on the walls. Harry slipped off the bus and into the crowd, just another small figure in a sea of humanity, anonymous and unnoticed. He had a rough idea of where Grimmauld Place was located, gleaned from overheard conversations during his 5th year and his own explorations of the neighbourhood around the house. Islington, somewhere in the maze of Georgian terraces and garden squares that characterised that part of London. But finding it would require more than just general directions, especially since the house was hidden by powerful magic that made it invisible to anyone who hadn't been told of its existence. Harry made his way through the terminal and out onto the busy London street, the sounds of traffic and conversation washing over him like a familiar song. The afternoon was wearing on, and he would need to find shelter for the night before trying to locate Grimmauld Place. But first, he had a more immediate problem to solve: food. His stomach was reminding him that he'd eaten nothing but stale biscuits and thin soup since breakfast, and his remaining money wouldn't stretch to a proper meal and accommodation. He needed to find somewhere cheap to eat, somewhere he could sit and think without attracting attention. The solution presented itself in the form of a small cafe wedged between a newsagent's shop and a launderette, the kind of place that catered to workers on their lunch breaks and students stretching limited budgets. Harry pushed through the door and found himself in a warm, steamy environment that smelled of fried food and strong tea. "What can I get you, love?" The woman behind the counter was middle-aged and motherly, her apron stained with the evidence of a busy day's work. "Just some chips and a cup of tea, please," Harry replied, counting out coins with careful precision. "Sit anywhere you like, dear. I'll bring it over when it's ready." Harry chose a table by the window, where he could watch the street while he ate. The chips, when they arrived, were crispy and hot, served with a generous portion of mushy peas and a slice of bread and butter. Simple food, but satisfying in a way that the elaborate meals at Hogwarts had never quite managed to be. As he ate, Harry watched the people passing by outside. Office workers hurrying home from their jobs, shoppers laden with packages, teenagers in groups laughing and talking loudly. Normal people living normal lives, unaware that somewhere in this vast city was a house that existed between the magical and mundane worlds, holding secrets that could change everything. But where exactly was that house? Harry knew it was in Islington, but Islington was a large borough with hundreds of streets and thousands of houses. He could wander for days without finding the right location, especially since Grimmauld Place was designed to be unnoticed and forgotten, unless he could find someone who knew where it was, someone who had been told the secret and could share it with him. The problem was that the number of people who knew about Grimmauld Place was extremely limited. Dumbledore, obviously, as the one who had cast the Fidelius charm, the members of the Order of the Phoenix, though most of them wouldn't be recruited for several more years, and possibly a few ministry officials who dealt with pure-blood family estates and inheritance laws. But there was one other possibility, one person who might know the location without being part of Dumbledore's inner circle, someone who had grown up hearing stories about the Black family and their ancestral home, who might have learned the address through family connections rather than official channels. Andromeda Tonks, née Black, Sirius's cousin, who had been disowned for marrying a Muggle-born wizard, but who still retained her knowledge of family properties and secrets. She would be living somewhere in London with her husband Ted and their young daughter Nymphadora, trying to build a new life away from her toxic relatives. Finding Andromeda would be easier than finding Grimmauld Place directly, because the Tonks family lived in the Muggle world and could be located through normal means: phone books, electoral rolls, public records. All Harry needed was access to a library with reference materials and enough time to search through the listings. He finished his chips and left the cafe, walking through the early evening streets with renewed purpose. Libraries stayed open late, and London had dozens of them scattered throughout the city. All he had to do was find one, locate the reference section, and start searching for families named Tonks in the Greater London area. It took him 40 minutes of walking to find a suitable library, a large Victorian building with tall windows and stone steps leading up to an impressive entrance. The reference section was on the second floor, filled with tables where students and researchers worked quietly among towering shelves of books and bound periodicals. Harry found the phone directories and electoral rolls for London and began his search methodically, working through borough after borough in alphabetical order. Barnet, Camden, Greenwich, Hackney, Hammersmith. Page after page of names and addresses, none of them matching what he was looking for. And then, in the listings for Hampstead Heath, He found it. Tonks, Edward and Andromeda, with an address on a street called Willowbank Road. Harry copied the address carefully onto a scrap of paper, double-checking the spelling and house number to make sure he hadn't made any mistakes. Now he just had to get there before the library closed, and he was forced to spend the night on the streets. Hampstead Heath was on the other side of London from where he currently was, but the underground system would get him there in less than an hour if he could figure out the right combination of lines and transfers. Harry made his way back through the London streets to the nearest tube station, studying the map mounted on the wall with the concentration of a general planning a military campaign. Northern Line to Camden Town, change to the Northern Line High Barnet branch, then get off at Hampstead Heath. Simple enough, if he could avoid getting lost in the maze of tunnels and platforms that made up the underground system. The evening rush hour was in full swing as Harry descended into the tube station, joining the river of commuters flowing toward the trains. The platforms were crowded with tired-looking people clutching newspapers and briefcases, all of them focused on getting home as quickly as possible. Harry bought his ticket from a machine and joined the queue for the southbound platform, trying to look like he belonged, despite being the only child traveling alone. The train, when it arrived, was packed with bodies pressed together in the peculiar intimacy of public transportation. Harry found himself squeezed between a businessman reading the financial pages and a woman carrying a large handbag that kept bumping against his shoulder. But he didn't mind the discomfort. He was making progress, moving toward his goal, one station at a time. Camden Town was a confusion of platforms and connecting tunnels, with signs pointing in every direction and crowds of people moving with apparent purpose through the underground maze. Harry followed the signs for the High Barnet branch, keeping his scrap of paper with Andromeda's address clutched tightly in his hand like a talisman. The second train was less crowded, carrying people away from the city centre rather than toward it. Harry found a seat and watched the station names flash past the windows, counting down the stops until Hampstead Heath. Chalk Farm, Belsize Park, Hampstead. Each station brought him closer to what might be his first real breakthrough in changing the timeline. Hampstead Heath Station was small and quiet compared to the bustle of central London, with only a handful of passengers getting off the train. Harry emerged into the early evening air and found himself in a neighbourhood of narrow streets and tall houses, many of them converted into flats and bedsits for young professionals and students. Willowbank Road was a 10-minute walk from the station, lined with modest terraced houses that had seen better days, but still maintained an air of respectable gentility. Harry walked slowly down the street, checking house numbers until he found the one he was looking for. Number 43 was a narrow house, squeezed between its neighbours, with a small front garden and lace curtains in the windows. There was a light on in what appeared to be the front room, and Harry could see the silhouette of someone moving about inside. This was it. This was where Andromeda Tonks lived with her family, where she was trying to build a new life away from the toxic influence of her pure-blood relatives. Harry stood on the pavement for a long moment, gathering his courage. What he was about to do would change everything, would set in motion a chain of events that could not be undone. Once he knocked on that door and began explaining what he knew, there would be no going back to the simple plan of finding Grimmauld Place and hiding there until he could figure out his next move. But Sirius was in Azkaban, and Peter Pettigrew was free. And every day that passed was another day of suffering for an innocent man who deserved better than the justice he had received. Harry walked up to the front door of number 43 Willowbank Road and knocked firmly on the painted wood, ready to take the next step in changing history. The woman who answered the door had the distinctive black family features that Harry remembered from the portrait gallery at Grimmauld Place, but where her relatives had worn expressions of cold arrogance, Andromeda Tonks radiated warmth and gentle curiosity. Her dark hair was streaked with early silver, pulled back in a practical ponytail, and her clothes were comfortable rather than fashionable. She looked like what she was, a mother and wife who had chosen love over legacy, and never regretted the decision. "Hello, dear," she said, looking down at Harry with the kind of concerned attention that adults reserved for lost children. "Are you all right? You look a bit lost." Harry took a deep breath, knowing that the next few minutes would determine whether his carefully laid plans succeeded or failed spectacularly. Andromeda Tonks was his best hope of reaching Grimmauld Place, but she was also a woman who had been disowned by her family for marrying outside their pure-blood ideology. She had no reason to trust a strange child who appeared on her doorstep claiming knowledge of family secrets, and every reason to be suspicious of anything connected to the Black family name. "Mrs. Tonks," he said, keeping his voice steady despite the nervous energy coursing through his 7-year-old body. "My name is Harry Potter. I know this must sound strange, but I need to find 12 Grimmauld Place, and I think you might be the only person who can help me." The effect of his words was immediate and dramatic. Andromeda's eyes widened in shock, her hand tightening on the doorframe as if she needed physical support to remain standing. For a long moment, she simply stared at him, taking in his distinctive hair and the lightning bolt scar visible beneath his fringe. "Harry Potter," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "But you're just a child. What are you doing here? Where are your guardians?" "It's complicated," Harry replied, which was perhaps the understatement of the century. "May I come in? I can explain everything, but it's not the sort of conversation we should have on your doorstep." Andromeda glanced quickly up and down the street, checking for observers, then stepped aside to let him enter. "Of course, come in. Ted, could you come here for a moment? We have a visitor." The hallway of the Tonks house was narrow but welcoming, with family photographs lining the walls and a coat stand overflowing with jackets and scarves. Harry caught glimpses of a younger Andromeda in some of the pictures, standing beside a tall man with kind eyes and holding a toddler with bright purple hair who could only be Nymphadora. Ted Tonks emerged from what appeared to be a sitting room, and Harry was struck by how normal he looked. Not normal in the dismissive way the Dursleys used the word, but genuinely, refreshingly ordinary. He was a man of average height, with brown hair going grey at the temples and laugh lines around his eyes, wearing a comfortable sweater and carrying a newspaper that he'd clearly been reading before being interrupted. "This is Harry Potter," Andromeda said, quietly, as if the name carried special weight. "He's asking about Grimmauld Place." Ted's eyebrows rose, but unlike his wife, he didn't seem shocked so much as intrigued. "Well, that's unexpected. Come through to the sitting room, lad. Would you like some tea? You look like you could use it." The sitting room was exactly what Harry had expected from the glimpses he'd caught through the windows. Comfortable furniture arranged around a fireplace, bookshelves filled with an eclectic mixture of magical and muggle volumes, toys scattered in one corner where young Nymphadora had been playing earlier. It was the kind of room that invited conversation and confidences, the kind of place where secrets could be shared safely. Andromeda settled Harry on the sofa and disappeared into the kitchen to make tea, leaving him alone with Ted Tonks. The older man studied Harry with the careful attention of someone trying to solve a puzzle, but there was no hostility in his expression, only curiosity and concern. "You're a long way from home, aren't you?" Ted said eventually. "Surrey, if I remember correctly. That's where Lily James's son was placed after." He trailed off, clearly uncomfortable with discussing the Potter deaths in front of Harry. "After my parents were murdered," Harry said matter-of-factly, causing Ted to wince. "Yes, I'm supposed to be in Surrey, but I'm not supposed to be a lot of things, and it turns out that following the rules doesn't always lead to the best outcomes." There was something in Harry's tone, a weariness that seemed far too old for his apparent age, that made Ted lean forward with renewed interest. "What do you mean by that?" Before Harry could answer, Andromeda returned with a tea service that looked like it had been a wedding gift, delicate porcelain painted with tiny flowers. She poured for all three of them, offering Harry milk and sugar with the automatic courtesy of a woman who had been raised to entertain properly, even when her guests were 7-year-old boys who had appeared mysteriously on her doorstep. "Now then," she said, settling into an armchair across from Harry. Why don't you tell us what this is really about? A child your age doesn't travel to London alone and ask about Grimmauld Place without a very good reason. Harry sipped his tea, buying himself time to organize his thoughts. How much should he tell them? How much would they believe? The truth was impossible to explain, and even less likely to be accepted. But he needed their help, and that meant finding some version of the truth that would convince them to trust him. "Mrs. Tonks," he said finally, setting down his cup with careful precision. "What do you know about your cousin Sirius?" The question hit its target with devastating accuracy. Andromeda's face went pale, and her hand trembled slightly as she reached for her own teacup. "Sirius is in Azkaban," she said quietly. "He betrayed your parents to you-know-who. He killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. He's where he belongs." "No," Harry said with quiet conviction. "He isn't." Ted and Andromeda exchanged glances, and Harry could practically see the thoughts racing behind their eyes. This was the moment when they would either listen to what he had to say or decide he was a disturbed child in need of professional help. "Harry," Ted said carefully, "I know this must be difficult for you. The man you thought was your parents' friend turned out to be their betrayer. But the evidence against Sirius Black was overwhelming. The Ministry doesn't just lock people away in Azkaban without proof." "The Ministry locked Sirius away without a trial," Harry replied, watching their faces carefully. "He was never given the chance to defend himself, never allowed to present evidence in his favor, never even questioned under veritaserum. They took one look at the scene and decided they knew what had happened." Andromeda's cup rattled against its saucer as she set it down. How could you possibly know that? It was a fair question, and one that Harry had been dreading. But he had spent the entire journey to London thinking about this moment, preparing for the conversation that would either open doors or close them forever. "Because I know things," he said simply. "Things I shouldn't know. Things that most people don't know. Things that could change everything if the right people knew them too. And one of those things is that Sirius Black is innocent." "Even if that were true," Ted said gently, "what does it have to do with Grimmauld Place? Sirius is in prison. His family's property would be held in trust by the Ministry until his case is resolved." "Actually," Harry said, "it wouldn't. The Black family estate operates under very old pure-blood inheritance laws. Sirius inherited everything when his parents died, and unless he's formally stripped of his family name and titles, the property remains his. The Ministry can't touch it, because they don't have legal standing to interfere with ancient bloodline magic. This time, the silence that followed was different. Less shocked and more thoughtful. Andromeda was studying Harry with new intensity, as if seeing him for the first time. "You seem to know rather a lot about pure blood inheritance law for a 7-year-old, she said slowly. "I know a lot of things I shouldn't," Harry repeated, "including the fact that you were sorted into Slytherin at Hogwarts, just like your sisters. But you were always the one who questioned the family ideology. You fell in love with Ted during your 7th year, and your parents gave you an ultimatum. Marry the pure-blood wizard they had chosen for you, or be disowned completely." Andromeda's face had gone completely white. "Those are private family matters. How could you possibly know about any of that?" Harry met her eyes steadily. "The same way I know that Nymphadora's hair turned silver when she was born, just like yours, and that she didn't start changing colors until she was 3 months old. The same way I know that you keep your wand in the kitchen drawer next to the cutlery because you want it close at hand, but out of sight from Muggle visitors." "This is impossible," Ted said, but there was uncertainty in his voice now. "Harry, where are you getting this information? Who told you these things?" "Nobody told me," Harry said quietly. "I just know them. Just like I know that Peter Pettigrew is alive, and that he's the one who really betrayed my parents. Just like I know that Sirius Black has spent 7 years in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit, and that every day he stays there is another day of injustice that could be prevented if someone was willing to act on information they couldn't possibly have. Andromeda stood abruptly and began pacing the small room, her movements sharp and agitated. "This is insane. You're asking us to believe that a 7-year-old child has somehow acquired detailed knowledge about family secrets and ministry cover-ups. It's impossible." "Mrs. Tonks," Harry said, standing as well and moving to block her pacing. "Look at me. Really look at me. What do you see?" She stopped, her dark eyes studying his face with the intensity of someone trying to solve a particularly complex equation. "I see a child," she said finally. "A child with his father's hair and his mother's eyes, and knowledge he couldn't possibly possess." "Then maybe," Harry suggested quietly, "you should consider the possibility that impossibility doesn't mean what you think it means. Maybe you should consider the possibility that there are things in this world that can't be explained by normal logic or conventional wisdom." Ted had been listening to this exchange with growing unease, and now he stood as well. "Harry, even if what you're saying is true, even if Sirius is innocent, what exactly are you planning to do about it? You're 7 years old. You can't file legal appeals or demand ministry investigations or any of the things that would actually help him." "I can if I have the right resources," Harry replied. "I can if I have access to the Black family archives and the evidence that Sirius never had the chance to present. I can if I have allies who understand the pure-blood political system well enough to work within it." "And you think Grimmauld Place contains that kind of evidence?" Andromeda asked. "I think Grimmauld Place contains a lot of things that people have forgotten about or chosen to ignore, including things that could prove Sirius's innocence beyond any reasonable doubt." Another long silence fell over the room. Harry could see the internal struggle playing out across both their faces, the battle between skepticism and hope, between prudence and the possibility of righting a terrible wrong. "Even if we believed you," Andromeda said finally, "even if we accepted that you somehow know things you couldn't know and that Sirius is innocent, we can't just give you the address of Grimmauld Place. That house is protected by magic older than the ministry itself. It's not the kind of place where children should be wandering around unsupervised." "I wouldn't be unsupervised," Harry said. "Creature is there." The effect of this revelation was even more dramatic than his previous bombshells. Andromeda actually staggered, reaching out to steady herself against the mantelpiece. "Creature," she whispered. "How do you know about Creature? That house elf hasn't been seen by anyone outside the immediate family for decades." "He's still there," Harry said with absolute certainty. "Still taking care of the house, still following the last orders he was given by the Black family, still waiting for someone to come home." Ted was shaking his head in bewilderment. "This is beyond impossible now. House elves are bound to their families. If Sirius is in Azkaban and the rest of the Blacks are dead, Creature would have been freed or transferred to another pure-blood family. He can't just be living alone in an empty house." "He can if his last orders were to protect the house and its contents," Harry replied. "He can if he was told to wait for the rightful heir to return. House elf magic doesn't work the same way as human magic. Creature is bound to the Black family line, not to any individual member of it." Andromeda was staring at him now with something approaching awe. "You're talking about magic that most wizards don't understand. Ancient binding spells and bloodline connections that predate modern magical law. How could you possibly know about any of that?" Harry met her gaze steadily. "I know about it because I need to know about it. Because the people I care about are depending on me to know about it. And because sometimes, when everything else has failed, impossible knowledge is the only thing that can make a difference." The room fell silent again, but this time it was a thoughtful silence, rather than a shocked one. Harry could see the wheels turning in both their minds, weighing possibilities and probabilities, trying to reconcile what they were hearing with what they thought they knew about the world. "Let's say we believe you," Ted said eventually. "Let's say Sirius is innocent, and you somehow know things you couldn't know, and Grimmauld Place contains evidence that could free him. What exactly are you asking us to do?" "I'm asking you to tell me how to find the house," Harry said simply. "I'm asking you to trust me enough to share a family secret that could change everything." "And then what?" Andromeda demanded. "You walk into one of the most dangerous houses in magical Britain alone to look for evidence that may not exist? Harry, even if Creature is there, even if he's willing to help you, that house is full of dark arts artifacts and protective curses that could kill you before you made it past the front hall." "Then come with me," Harry said. "You know the house. You grew up visiting it during family gatherings. You understand the protections and the dangers better than anyone. If you're really concerned about my safety, the best way to protect me is to make sure I'm not going in alone." It was a calculated risk, asking Andromeda to involve herself directly rather than simply providing information. But Harry had learned during his years of fighting Voldemort that sometimes the boldest approach was the most effective. And he could see in her eyes that she was already halfway convinced, already imagining the possibility that her disgraced cousin might actually be innocent. "This is madness," Ted muttered, but there was resignation in his voice rather than anger. "Andromeda, you can't seriously be considering this." "Can't I?" she replied, turning to face her husband with determination blazing in her dark eyes. "Ted, if there's even a chance that Sirius is innocent, if there's even a possibility that he's been suffering in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit, then don't we have an obligation to investigate?" "We have an obligation to our daughter," Ted shot back. "We have responsibilities to our own family that don't include getting involved in ministry conspiracies and black family politics." "Our daughter is sleeping safely upstairs," Andromeda said firmly. "And she'll continue sleeping safely while we spend one evening looking into claims that could free an innocent man. Ted, Sirius was my cousin. We played together as children before the family politics drove us apart. If he's innocent, then I've spent 7 years believing terrible things about someone who didn't deserve them." Harry watched this domestic argument with growing hope. He had been counting on Andromeda's sense of justice and her family connections to override her caution, but having Ted's reluctant support would make everything much easier. "Besides," Andromeda continued, "look at him, Ted. Really look at him. This isn't a normal 7-year-old making up stories for attention. There's something different about Harry Potter, something that goes beyond his reputation or his family history. And if he's right about even half of what he's claiming, then we can't afford to ignore him." Ted studied Harry for a long moment, taking in his steady gaze and serious expression. "You're asking us to bet our safety and our sanity on the word of a child who claims to know impossible things. I'm asking you to bet one evening on the possibility that justice might actually be possible." Harry replied, "I'm asking you to consider that sometimes the most important things are the ones that seem impossible from the outside. And if we're wrong," Ted pressed, "if we walk into that house and find nothing but dark arts artifacts and an insane house elf, if this whole thing turns out to be the delusions of a traumatized child, then we'll know," Harry said simply, "and at least we'll have tried." Another silence, shorter this time. Then Ted sighed heavily and looked at his wife with the expression of a man who knew he was about to make a decision he might regret. "One evening," he said finally, "we go to Grimmauld Place, we look around, and if we don't find any evidence to support your claims, this ends here. Agreed?" Harry nodded eagerly. "Agreed. And if the house turns out to be as dangerous as I think it is, we leave immediately. No arguments, no attempts to convince us to stay longer." "Understood." Ted turned to Andromeda. "Are you absolutely certain about this? Once we cross that threshold, we're committed to whatever we find." "I'm certain," she said without hesitation. "Sirius deserves better than what he's received. whether he's innocent or guilty. And if he's innocent... She trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Then we'd better find out, Ted completed grimly. Right, let's get this over with before I come to my senses. Andromeda moved to a writing desk in the corner of the room and pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill. The address is 12 Grimmauld Place, but that won't help you unless you know the secret. The house is protected by a Fidelius charm, cast by Grimmauld Black himself over 2 centuries ago. What's the secret? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew. The secret, Andromeda said, writing carefully on the parchment, is that the headquarters of the noble and most ancient House of Black is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London, and that the house exists in the space between numbers 11 and 13. As she spoke the words, Harry felt something shift in his mind, a new piece of knowledge slotting into place with an almost audible click. He had known the address before, but now he knew the secret that would allow him to see and enter the house. There, Andromeda said, folding the parchment and handing it to him. Now you'll be able to find it. The house will appear to you as soon as you read those words while standing on the street. Thank you, Harry said, tucking the parchment carefully into his pocket. I know this wasn't easy for you. It's not over yet, Ted warned. We still have to actually get there and see what we find. And I still think this entire thing is likely to end very badly for all of us. Maybe, Harry agreed. But sometimes the risk of doing nothing is greater than the risk of doing something. And sometimes the only way to find out if justice is possible is to go looking for it yourself. Andromeda stood and moved toward the hallway. I'll need to check on Dora and arrange for Mrs. Chen next door to listen for her while we're gone. This shouldn't take more than a few hours. Take your time, Harry said. I'll wait. As Andromeda disappeared upstairs and Ted went to gather his coat and wand, Harry remained in the sitting room, staring into the fireplace and thinking about what lay ahead. He was about to enter the house where his godfather had grown up, where Sirius had learned to hate everything his family stood for and chosen his own path instead. He was about to meet Creature, the house elf who had served the Black family for decades and who held secrets that could change everything. Most importantly, he was about to take the first real step toward freeing Sirius and beginning the long work of setting right the injustices that had shaped his timeline. It wouldn't be easy, and there would undoubtedly be complications he hadn't anticipated. But for the first time since waking up in his cupboard, Harry felt like he was truly moving forward rather than simply reacting to circumstances. The game, as Sherlock Holmes might have said, was finally afoot. When Andromeda returned, she was wearing a long coat and carrying a wand that looked well used but carefully maintained. Ted joined them in the hallway, and together the three of them stepped out into the London evening, ready to discover what secrets Grimmauld Place might hold. The journey to Grimmauld Place took them through the winding streets of London as evening settled over the city like a familiar blanket. Harry walked between Ted and Andromeda, acutely aware that he was probably the only 7-year-old in the city, being escorted to a magically hidden house by 2 adults who were questioning their own sanity. The irony wasn't lost on him that his first real allies in this timeline were people he'd barely known in his original life, connected to him only through the tangled web of Black family relationships and shared concern for justice. Andromeda had been quiet since leaving her house, her face set in lines of concentration as she navigated the familiar streets toward the address she hadn't spoken aloud in over a decade. Occasionally she would glance down at Harry, and he could see the questions multiplying behind her dark eyes. How did he know so much? What made him so certain about Sirius's innocence? And perhaps most troubling of all, why did his presence feel both completely natural and utterly impossible at the same time? It's just ahead, she said finally, as they turned onto a street lined with elegant Georgian houses. The area hasn't changed much since I was a child, visiting for family gatherings. Still the same mixture of respectability and hidden secrets that pure-blood families prefer. Harry could see what she meant. The neighborhood had the kind of understated wealth that spoke of old money and older traditions. The houses were tall and narrow, squeezed together in terraced rows that maximized space while maintaining an illusion of privacy. Most had small front gardens behind wrought iron railings, and several displayed the discreet brass plaques that marked them as professional offices or private clubs. It was exactly the sort of area where a magical house could hide in plain sight, protected by spells that made muggles look right through it, without ever questioning why the numbers jumped from 11 to 13. "There," Andromeda said, stopping in front of a gap between two identical houses. "Numbers 11 and 13. Grimmauld Place should be right there between them, but I can't see it yet." Harry pulled the piece of parchment from his pocket and unfolded it carefully. In Andromeda's precise handwriting, the secret was laid out in formal language that carried the weight of centuries of tradition. He read the words aloud, feeling the magic respond to the spoken revelation. "The headquarters of the noble and most ancient House of Black is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London, and the house exists in the space between numbers 11 and 13. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The air in front of them seemed to shimmer and bend, reality restructuring itself to accommodate something that had been there all along but hidden from view. A narrow house materialized between its neighbors, squeezing them apart with the casual authority of magic that predated modern building regulations. It was tall and imposing despite its narrow frontage, with grimy windows and peeling black paint that spoke of years of neglect. "Merlin's beard," Ted whispered, staring at the house that had literally appeared before their eyes. "I've seen Fidelius charms before, but never anything quite like that. It's as if the house was waiting to be revealed." Andromeda was studying the facade with the complex emotions of someone revisiting a childhood that held both treasured memories and painful associations. "It looks smaller than I remembered," she said softly, and sadder. "When I was little, it seemed like the most impressive house in London. Now it just looks abandoned." Harry approached the front door, noting the tarnished brass knocker shaped like a serpent and the elaborate crest carved into the wooden panels. Everything was exactly as he remembered from his 5th year, when Grimmauld Place had served as the Order's headquarters. But now, instead of being a refuge in wartime, it was simply a house where an old elf waited for a master who might never come home. "Should we knock?" Ted asked uncertainly. "I mean, if Creature is really in there, he might not appreciate unexpected visitors." "House elves can sense when people approach their territory," Andromeda explained. "If Creature is here, he already knows we're outside. Whether he chooses to answer the door is another matter entirely." As if summoned by her words, the door swung open with a creak that suggested hinges long overdue for oil. The hallway beyond was dark and musty, lit only by the faint glow of what appeared to be magical illumination somewhere in the depths of the house. And silhouetted in the doorway, bent with age but still radiating the dignity of faithful service, stood Creature. The house elf was exactly as Harry remembered him, though perhaps slightly less decrepit than he would become after years of isolation and bitterness, his bulbous eyes fixed on each of them in turn, lingering longest on Andromeda, with something that might have been recognition. "Mistress Andromeda," Creature said in his creaky voice, executing a formal bow that spoke of decades of training in proper protocol. Creature did not expect to see the disgraced daughter of the House of Black darkening this doorway again. "Hello, Creature," Andromeda replied with surprising gentleness. "I know my presence here is unexpected, but we've come about something important, something that concerns the honor of the family." The elf's ears twitched with interest, though his expression remained carefully neutral. "Creature serves the House of Black, as Creature has always served. But there is no family left to serve. Master Sirius is in Azkaban for his crimes against the noble bloodline, and the house grows emptier with each passing day." "That's exactly what we need to talk about," Harry said, stepping forward. "Creature, my name is Harry Potter. I believe Sirius is innocent, and I think you might have information that could help prove it." The effect of Harry's introduction was electric. Creature's eyes widened until they seemed to fill half his ancient face, and he stumbled backward as if he'd been struck by a physical blow. "Potter," he whispered, the name carrying layers of meaning that Harry was only beginning to understand. "The Blood Traitor's spawn. The boy who destroyed the Dark Lord. Creature knows of Harry Potter." "Then you know why I'm here," Harry said calmly. "You know that I have more reason than most to want the truth about what happened to my parents, and you know that if Sirius really betrayed them, I would be the last person to defend him." Creature studied Harry with the intensity of someone trying to solve a puzzle that had been troubling him for years. "Why does Harry Potter come to the House of Black? Why does he speak of Master Sirius's innocence when all the wizarding world knows of his guilt?" "Because I know things," Harry replied, using the same words that had convinced the Tonks to help him. "I know that Peter Pettigrew is alive, hiding in his animagus form. I know that he was the real secret keeper, that he betrayed my parents to Voldemort and let Sirius take the blame. And I know that you've spent 7 years believing terrible things about your master when he never deserved any of them." The silence that followed was profound and charged with emotion. Creature's hands were trembling, and his large eyes filled with something that might have been hope or might have been terror. "Master Sirius," he said finally, his voice barely audible. "Is it possible? Could Master Sirius truly be innocent of the crimes they say he committed?" "More than possible," Harry said gently. "Creature, has anyone ever asked you what you saw that night? Has anyone ever wanted to hear your side of what happened when my parents died?" "Creature is a house elf," the elderly creature replied automatically. "Creature's testimony is not required in wizard courts. Creature's voice does not matter to those who make judgments about pure blood families." "It matters to me," Harry said with quiet intensity. "And it might matter to the people who have the power to free Sirius if they knew what you knew. Will you tell us what you saw, Creature? Will you help us understand what really happened?" For a long moment, Creature simply stared at Harry, as if trying to gauge whether this strange child could be trusted with secrets that had been locked away for 7 years. Then, slowly, he stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. "Creature will speak," he said formally, "but not here on the doorstep where neighbors might overhear. Come inside, and Creature will tell you of the night when everything changed for the House of Black." The hallway of Grimmauld Place was exactly as Harry remembered it, though perhaps not quite as decrepit as it would become after additional years of neglect. The walls were lined with the mounted heads of house elves who had served the family for generations, their glass eyes seeming to follow the visitors as they made their way deeper into the house. A thick carpet runner muffled their footsteps, and the air carried the distinctive smell of old magic and older secrets. Creature led them into what had once been an elegant sitting room, now draped in dust sheets and lit by the eerie glow of magical lanterns that had been enchanted to burn without fuel. The furniture was expensive but old-fashioned, the kind of pieces that spoke of wealth accumulated over generations and carefully preserved for posterity. "Sit," Creature commanded, with the authority of someone who had been managing household visitors for longer than any of them had been alive. "Creature will bring tea, and then Creature will tell you of the night when Master Sirius's world fell apart." As the house elf disappeared into what Harry assumed was the kitchen, the 3 humans found themselves alone in a room that practically radiated the weight of Black family history. Andromeda moved to the mantelpiece, studying the family photographs and heirlooms that Creature had kept carefully dusted, despite years of isolation. "I haven't been in this room since I was 16, she said softly, picking up a silver-framed photograph that showed a family gathering from decades past. This was where the adults would retreat after dinner to discuss politics and marriages and all the important business of maintaining pure-blood supremacy. I used to hate these gatherings, all the posturing and the casual cruelty toward anyone who didn't meet their standards. But Sirius was different, Harry asked, genuinely curious about his godfather's childhood in this oppressive environment. Sirius was always different, Andromeda confirmed. Even as a child, he questioned things that the rest of us accepted without thought. He asked why blood purity mattered, why some wizards were considered superior to others, why the family fortune came with so many restrictions about how it could be used. My parents dismissed it as a phase he would outgrow, but I could see that he was serious about his doubts. Ted had been examining the books on the shelves, many of which bore titles that would have made Hermione Granger reach for her reference guides on dangerous magical texts. "This collection is extraordinary," he said, with academic interest. "And disturbing. Some of these volumes are restricted in most wizarding libraries, and a few are considered so dangerous that they're not supposed to exist outside ministry vaults. The Black family never saw much distinction between legal and illegal when it came to magical knowledge," Andromeda replied dryly. "They collected books the way other families collected art or wine. The more forbidden the knowledge, the more valuable it was considered to be." Creature returned with a tea service that looked like it had been crafted for royalty, complete with delicate porcelain cups and a silver pot that gleamed despite the general neglect of the house. His movements were precise and formal, the product of decades of training in proper service, but Harry could see the emotional strain in his posture. "Creature has prepared tea in the manner appropriate for guests of the noble and most ancient house of Black," he announced, setting the tray on a low table between the chairs. "Even if some of those guests have been disowned, and others are the spawn of blood traitors, Creature knows his duty." "Thank you, Creature," Harry said sincerely, accepting a cup with the careful attention to protocol that seemed to matter to the elderly elf. "Now, will you tell us about the night my parents died? Will you tell us what you saw and what you know about Sirius's involvement?" Creature settled onto a small stool that seemed to be his customary position for storytelling, his ancient hands clasped in his lap. "Creature remembers that night as if it happened yesterday," he began, his voice taking on the cadence of someone reciting a frequently revisited memory. "Master Sirius had been strange for weeks, nervous and secretive in ways that worried Creature. He would leave the house at odd hours, return smelling of fear and desperation, spend long hours writing letters that he would burn before anyone could read them." "Do you know who the letters were to?" Andromeda asked. "Master Sirius never told Creature such things," the elf replied. But Creature could see that Master Sirius was afraid for someone he cared about. He would mutter names while he paced the halls. Potter, Evans, Black, Pettigrew, over and over, as if trying to solve a puzzle that had no good answers. Harry leaned forward, his heart racing, as he heard his parents' names spoken by someone who had witnessed their final days from a perspective no one had ever considered important enough to investigate. "What happened on the night they died?" he asked quietly. Creature's eyes grew distant, lost in memories that clearly still caused him pain. Master Sirius left the house that evening as he had many evenings before, but this time was different. He was carrying a bag packed with clothes and money, as if he might not be returning. When Creature asked if he should prepare the house for a long absence, Master Sirius said something strange. "What did he say?" Ted prompted when the elf fell silent. "He said that if anything happened to him, Creature should remember that not all betrayals come from enemies. He said that sometimes the people you trust most are the ones who hurt you worst, and that Creature should be very careful about who he believed when the truth finally came to light." The room fell completely silent as the implications of Sirius's words settled over them. Here was evidence that Sirius had been expecting betrayal, but from someone within his inner circle rather than from himself. "Did he say anything else?" Harry asked, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "Master Sirius told Creature to guard the house and its secrets, no matter what anyone might say about him afterward. He said that someday someone would come who would need to know the truth, and that Creature should be ready to tell them everything. Creature's eyes fixed on Harry with sudden intensity. Creature thinks that someone might be you, Harry Potter. What happened after he left? Andromeda asked. Creature waited, the elf said simply. Creature cleaned the house and maintained the wards and listened for news from the outside world. And then, in the early hours of the morning, the Ministry Owls came with word that Harry Potter's parents were dead, that Master Sirius had betrayed them to the Dark Lord, and that he had been arrested for murder. But you didn't believe it, Harry said with growing certainty. Creature could not believe it, the elf confirmed. Master Sirius loved James Potter like a brother. He spoke of him constantly, worried about his safety, spent hours planning ways to protect him from the Dark Lord's attacks. Master Sirius would have died before betraying James Potter and his family. Then why didn't you say anything? Ted asked. Why didn't you tell someone that Sirius's behavior didn't match the accusations against him? Creature's expression grew bitter. Who would have listened to a house elf? Who would have cared what Creature saw or thought or knew? The wizarding world had decided that Master Sirius was guilty, and the word of a house elf would not have changed their minds. Harry felt a surge of anger at the injustice of it all. Here was a witness who could have provided crucial testimony about Sirius's state of mind and behavior in the days leading up to the betrayal, but no one had even thought to ask for his perspective, because he was considered beneath notice. Creature, Harry said carefully, in all the time you served the Black family, did you ever know Sirius to lie about important things? Did you ever see him betray people he claimed to care about? Never, the elf replied without hesitation. Master Sirius was many things that disappointed his family. He was rebellious and disrespectful and determined to reject everything the House of Black represented. But he was not a liar, and he was not capable of betraying those he loved. What about Peter Pettigrew? Harry pressed. Did Sirius ever mention him specifically in those final weeks? Creature's ears twitched with concentration as he searched his memories. Peter Pettigrew. The small one, the nervous one. Master Sirius spoke of him often, but not with the warmth he showed when speaking of James Potter or Remus Lupin. There was something about Pettigrew that troubled Master Sirius, though Creature could never understand what. What kind of trouble? Andromeda asked. Master Sirius would say things like, Peter isn't handling the pressure well, and I'm worried about what Peter might do if things get worse. Once, Creature heard him telling someone on the Flu network that Peter was cracking under the strain and needed watching. Harry exchanged significant glances with Ted and Andromeda. Here was more evidence that Sirius had been concerned about Peter's reliability in the weeks before the betrayal, hardly the behavior of someone planning to betray his friends himself. Creature, Harry said gently, I want you to know that everything you've told us tonight will be used to help free Sirius. Your testimony matters, and your loyalty to him matters. And the truth you've been guarding all these years is going to make a difference. The old elf's eyes filled with tears, and for the first time since they'd arrived, his formal composure cracked completely. Master Sirius is truly innocent? Creature's faith in him was not misplaced? Sirius is innocent, Harry confirmed with absolute certainty. And with your help, we're going to prove it to everyone who matters. Creature stood abruptly and moved to a portrait hanging above the fireplace, one that Harry hadn't noticed before in the dim lighting. It showed a stern-faced wizard in formal robes, with the kind of expression that suggested he had never smiled in his life and didn't intend to start. Master Regulus, Creature said to the portrait, his voice filled with reverence. Do you hear what Harry Potter says? Master Sirius is innocent of the crimes they accused him of. The family honor is not as stained as we believed. The portrait didn't respond, but Harry felt a chill as he recognized the face from his memories of the Black family tree. Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother, who had joined the Death Eaters and then tried to leave when he realized what Voldemort truly was. The brother who had died trying to destroy a Horcrux, whose sacrifice had never been acknowledged by anyone who mattered. Creature, Harry said slowly, an idea beginning to form in his mind. "What can you tell me about Regulus? About what happened to him and why he died?" The elf's entire body went rigid with emotion. "Master Regulus was the good son," he said fiercely, "the one who honored the family traditions and respected the old ways. But even Master Regulus could not stomach the Dark Lord's cruelty when he saw it up close." "Tell me," Harry said with growing excitement. "Tell me everything about Regulus and what he tried to do before he died." As Creature began another story, this one about courage and sacrifice and a brother's love that transcended political differences, Harry realized that he had stumbled onto something even more important than testimony about Sirius's innocence. He had found the key to understanding one of the most crucial secrets of the war against Voldemort, a secret that could change not just Sirius's fate, but the entire course of the conflict to come. The real work of changing history was about to begin. Creature's story about Regulus Black began in the formal tones of someone recounting a tale that had been told and retold in the privacy of his own thoughts for years, polished by repetition until every detail gleamed with painful clarity. As the house elf spoke, Harry found himself transported into a world of conflicted loyalties and impossible choices, where a young man's awakening conscience had led him into a confrontation with evil that cost him everything. "Master Regulus was always the dutiful son," Creature began, his ancient voice carrying layers of affection and grief that spoke of genuine devotion. "Where Master Sirius rebelled against every tradition of the noble and most ancient house of Black, Master Regulus embraced them. He was sorted into Slytherin as was proper, he excelled in his studies as was expected, and when the time came to choose between family loyalty and personal conscience, he chose family." Andromeda shifted uncomfortably in her chair, clearly recognizing the path that Creature was describing. "He joined the Death Eaters," she said quietly, the words carrying the weight of old shame and older regrets. "Master Regulus took the Dark Mark when he was barely 17, Creature confirmed, his voice carefully neutral. He believed, as his parents had taught him to believe, that the Dark Lord represented the future of pure blood supremacy. He thought that by serving Voldemort, he was protecting the wizarding world from contamination by muggles and muggle-born wizards." Harry noticed how the elf caught himself before using the slur, a small courtesy that spoke of how much the evening's revelations had already changed his perspective. "What made him change his mind?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Master Regulus discovered that the Dark Lord's vision of pure blood supremacy was not about preserving magical traditions or protecting wizarding culture, Creature replied, his voice growing harder. It was about power and cruelty, and the complete domination of everyone who was not Voldemort himself. Pure blood, half-blood, muggle-born, it made no difference in the end. The Dark Lord saw them all as tools to be used and discarded when they were no longer useful. Ted leaned forward, his scholarly instincts engaged by the political complexities of what they were hearing. How did Regulus come to realize this? Was there a specific incident that opened his eyes? Creature's large eyes grew distant as he accessed memories that were clearly both treasured and painful. Master Regulus was ordered to provide a house elf for a dangerous mission. The Dark Lord needed to test defenses around something precious, something that required the sacrifice of a magical being to reveal its secrets. And Master Regulus, dutiful as always, offered Creature's services without question. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as the implications of what Creature was saying became clear. Harry felt his stomach clench with a mixture of anger and anticipation, knowing that they were approaching the heart of a secret that could change everything. "The Dark Lord took Creature to a cave," the elf continued, his voice becoming mechanical as he recited details that he had clearly tried to forget. "A cave hidden on the coast, protected by magic so dark and terrible that even speaking of it feels like betrayal. Inside that cave was a basin filled with potion, and in that basin was a locket that radiated evil like heat from a forge." "A locket," Harry repeated, his pulse quickening. Can you describe it? Heavy gold, set with green stones, carved with a serpent that seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at it. Creature's description matched perfectly with Harry's memories of Slytherin's locket, the Horcrux that had tormented them during their hunt for Voldemort's soul fragments. The Dark Lord forced Creature to drink the potion in the basin until it was empty, then took the locket and replaced it with a fake. Andromeda was staring at Creature with growing horror. He used you to test a trap that was designed to kill whoever triggered it. The potion was terrible, Creature said simply, but his voice carried echoes of suffering that made Harry's chest tight with sympathy. It burned like fire and ice together, and it brought visions of every failure, every moment of shame, every fear that Creature had ever experienced. When the basin was empty, Creature was ordered to take the Dark Lord back to shore and to never speak of what had happened in the cave. But you told Regulus, Harry said with certainty. House elves cannot lie to their masters, Creature replied. When Master Regulus asked why Creature was acting strangely, Creature had to tell him about the cave and the locket and the terrible things that had happened there. And Master Regulus was horrified. The old elf fell silent for a moment, lost in memories that were clearly still vivid after all these years. When he continued, his voice was thick with emotion that he no longer tried to conceal. Master Regulus spent weeks researching what the locket might be, what kind of magic could require such elaborate protections. He read books that should not exist, consulted sources that civilized wizards do not acknowledge, and eventually he learned the truth about what the Dark Lord had created. A Horcrux, Harry said quietly, and the word seemed to echo in the stillness of the room with all the weight of forbidden knowledge. Creature's eyes widened in shock. How does Harry Potter know that word? Horcrux magic is the darkest of the dark arts, known only to the most evil wizards in history. Because I've encountered them before, Harry replied, which was true enough, even if the timing was more complicated than Creature could possibly understand. I know what they are and what they do, and I know why your master was so horrified to learn that Voldemort had created one. Master Regulus understood that the locket contained a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, Creature continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, as if even speaking about such things might summon unwanted attention. He realized that Voldemort had committed the most unforgivable act of dark magic, splitting his soul to achieve a twisted form of immortality, and he knew that as long as the Horcrux existed, the Dark Lord could not truly be killed. Ted was shaking his head in amazement. A 17-year-old boy discovered one of the darkest secrets in magical history and decided to do something about it. That takes either incredible courage or incredible foolishness. Master Regulus was brave, Creature said firmly. He may have been young and sheltered and naive about the realities of war, but when he understood what needed to be done, he did not hesitate. He began planning a mission to return to the cave and destroy the Horcrux, even though he knew it would likely cost him his life. What was his plan? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the tragic answer. Master Regulus intended to drink the potion himself, Creature replied. He knew that someone would have to empty the basin to reach the locket, and he would not ask Creature to endure that torment again. His plan was simple. Enter the cave, drink the potion no matter what visions it brought, take the real locket and replace it with a fake that bore a message for the Dark Lord. Andromeda was crying now, tears sliding silently down her cheeks as she listened to the story of her cousin's sacrifice. What did the message say? Creature reached into his robes and withdrew a small object that gleamed dully in the magical light. It was a locket, similar in design to the one he had described, but somehow lesser, lacking the aura of malevolent power that marked Voldemort's creation. To the Dark Lord, Creature recited from memory, his voice formal, as he quoted words that had been burned into his consciousness. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux, and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. Or A.B. The silence that followed was profound and charged with the weight of revelation. Here, in this dusty sitting room in a magically hidden house, they had uncovered one of the most crucial secrets of Voldemort's defeat. Regulus Black, barely more than a boy, had discovered and stolen one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes years before anyone else even knew they existed. He succeeded, Harry said finally, his voice hoarse with emotion. Regulus got the real locket. He took it from Voldemort without the Dark Lord ever knowing it was gone. Master Regulus returned from the cave with the locket, Kreacher confirmed, but he was dying from the effects of the potion. The visions it had shown him, the pain it had caused, had damaged something essential inside him. He lived long enough to give Kreacher the locket and orders to destroy it. And then... The elf's voice broke completely. And then he died, Andromeda whispered. Alone except for you, having saved Wizarding Britain from a piece of Voldemort's soul, and no one ever knew what he had accomplished. Kreacher nodded miserably. Kreacher tried to destroy the locket as Master Regulus had commanded. Kreacher used every method he could think of, every spell and potion and physical force that might break the enchantments protecting it. But nothing worked. The locket would not be destroyed, no matter what Kreacher tried. Harry stood up abruptly and began pacing the small room, his mind racing through possibilities and implications. Kreacher, do you still have the locket? Is it here in the house? Kreacher keeps it safe, the elf replied. Hidden away where the Dark Lord's followers cannot find it, protected by magic that Kreacher learned from Master Regulus before he died. The locket waits for someone who can succeed where Kreacher has failed. Show me, Harry said urgently. Kreacher, I think I might know how to destroy it. I think I might be able to finish what Regulus started. The house elf studied Harry with an intensity that seemed to pierce right through to his soul. Harry Potter believes he can destroy a Horcrux. Harry Potter knows magic that Kreacher does not? Not magic, exactly, Harry admitted. But I know what can destroy Horcruxes, and I know why all your attempts failed. The magic that protects them can only be broken by something that damages beyond magical repair. Something like basilisk venom or fiend fire or certain other methods. Kreacher's ears twitched with excitement. Kreacher has heard of basilisk venom. The poison of the great serpents is said to destroy any magical object it touches. But where would Kreacher find such a thing? Harry was quiet for a moment, thinking about the complexities of explaining that he had once killed a 1,000-year-old basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets with Godric Gryffindor's sword, and that the sword was now impregnated with venom that could destroy Horcruxes. That particular adventure was still years in the future from this timeline's perspective, which meant the sword would not yet have the properties he needed. Fiend fire, he said instead. Cursed fire that consumes everything in its path, including magical protections. It's dangerous, almost impossible to control, but it can destroy a Horcrux if it's handled carefully. Ted was looking alarmed. Harry, fiend fire is incredibly dangerous magic. It's not something children should be attempting, even children with your apparent knowledge and abilities. Then we need to find an adult wizard who can cast it safely, Harry replied practically. Someone we trust, someone who understands what we're trying to accomplish, someone who has the magical power to control cursed fire without destroying the entire house in the process. Andromeda had been listening to this exchange with growing determination, and now she stood as well. I can cast fiend fire, she said quietly. It's not something I ever wanted to learn, but pure-blood families make sure their children understand all forms of magic, including the dark arts. I learned the theory at Hogwarts and practiced the practical applications after I graduated. Andromeda, Ted said warningly. Fiendfire killed 3 students at Durmstrang last year when a demonstration went wrong. It's not something to attempt lightly. Nothing about tonight has been light, she replied firmly. Ted, we have a chance to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul, to complete a mission that cost my cousin his life, and to provide concrete evidence that the war isn't over just because the Dark Lord disappeared. If we don't act on this opportunity, we may never get another one." Harry felt a surge of admiration for Andromeda's courage. "Are you certain you can control the fire? Because if it gets away from us, we'll lose not just the Horcrux, but potentially this entire house and everything in it." "I'm certain," Andromeda said, though Harry could see the fear hidden behind her determination. "But we'll need to prepare carefully. Fiendfire isn't something you can cast on impulse and hope for the best." Creature had been listening to this discussion with growing excitement, his large eyes bright with the first hope he had felt in years. If Harry Potter and Mistress Andromeda can truly destroy the locket, if they can complete Master Regulus's final mission, then Creature will help in any way possible. "What do we need to do?" Harry asked. "Creature will retrieve the locket and prepare a suitable space for the destruction," the elf replied, his voice taking on the brisk efficiency of someone who finally had a clear task to accomplish. "The fire will need to be contained, so Creature will clear the basement and set up protective wards around the area. Then, when everything is ready, Mistress Andromeda can summon the cursed fire, and we can watch Master Regulus's sacrifice finally bear fruit." As Creature hurried away to begin preparations, Harry found himself alone with Ted and Andromeda in the sitting room that had witnessed generations of black family gatherings. The weight of what they were about to attempt settled over him like a heavy cloak. But underneath the fear was a thrilling sense of purpose. "Harry," Andromeda said softly, "I need you to understand that there's a real chance this could go wrong. Fiendfire is called cursed fire for a reason. If I lose control of it for even a moment, it could kill all of us." "I understand," Harry replied. "But Andromeda, if we succeed, we'll have destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes years before anyone else even knew they existed. We'll have honored Regulus's sacrifice and proved that the war isn't really over. And we'll have given Creature the closure he's been seeking for 7 years. And if we fail, then we'll have tried," Harry said simply. "And sometimes trying is the only thing that separates courage from cowardice." Ted was examining the books on the Black family shelves, clearly looking for anything that might provide additional information about Horcrux destruction or Fiendfire control. "There might be reference materials here that could help," he said thoughtfully. "The Black family library is legendary among scholars of the dark arts." "Look for anything about cursed fire or protective wards," Andromeda suggested, "and see if you can find any texts about Horcrux magic. The more we understand about what we're dealing with, the better our chances of success." As Ted began pulling books from the shelves, Harry found himself drawn to the window that looked out onto the narrow London street. The neighborhood was quiet in the late evening, with most residents settled in their homes for the night. They had no idea that just a few dozen meters away, in a house they couldn't see, 3 people and a house elf were preparing to destroy a piece of the darkest wizard in history. The irony wasn't lost on Harry that he was about to accomplish something in this timeline that had taken months of dangerous hunting in his original life. The locket that had tormented him and Hermione and Ron for so long, that had nearly destroyed their friendship and driven them to despair, was about to be eliminated with careful planning and adult magical expertise. "Harry," Andromeda said, joining him at the window. "There's something else we need to discuss. Assuming we succeed in destroying the Horcrux, what then? What's our next step in proving Sirius's innocence and exposing the truth about what happened to your parents?" It was a good question, and one that Harry had been considering throughout the evening. Destroying the locket would prove that Regulus had discovered at least one of Voldemort's secrets, which would support their claims about the complexity of the war and the possibility that not everything was as simple as it appeared. But it wouldn't directly prove Sirius's innocence or expose Peter Pettigrew's treachery. "We need evidence that Pettigrew is alive," Harry said thoughtfully. "We need to find him in his rat form and force him to transform back to human shape. Once we can prove that he didn't die in the explosion he supposedly caused, the entire case against Sirius falls apart. "Do you know where Pettigrew is hiding?" Ted asked, looking up from the book he was examining. "He's with a wizarding family called the Weasleys," Harry replied, "living as their pet rat, probably calling himself Scabbers or something similar. The problem is that the Weasleys live in a magical community where asking questions about their pets might seem suspicious." "Not necessarily," Andromeda mused. "The Weasleys are a well-known pure-blood family, even if they're not particularly wealthy or influential. I might be able to arrange a social visit, something that would give us access to their home without arousing suspicion." "You would do that?" Harry asked, surprised by her willingness to become even more deeply involved in their plans. "Harry, tonight has changed everything I thought I knew about my family and about the war," she replied seriously. "If Sirius is innocent, if Regulus died as a hero rather than a Death Eater, if the truth has been buried under ministry incompetence and political expedients, then I have an obligation to help set things right." Creature's return interrupted their conversation. The house elf was carrying a small wooden box that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, and his expression was grim but determined. "Creature has prepared the basement," he announced. "The protective wards are in place, and Creature has cleared away anything that might fuel the cursed fire beyond what is necessary. The locket waits for its destruction." Harry felt his heart rate accelerate as he looked at the box that contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. This was it. After years of planning and hoping and dreaming about changing the timeline, he was about to take concrete action that would alter the course of history. "Are we ready?" he asked, looking around at his unlikely allies. "As ready as we'll ever be," Andromeda replied, drawing her wand and checking its condition one final time. "Then let's go finish what Regulus started," Harry said, and followed Creature toward the basement, where Fiendfire would complete a mission that had been 7 years in the waiting. The basement of Grimmauld Place felt like descending into the heart of magical Britain itself, with stone walls that had absorbed centuries of spells and secrets, and air that practically hummed with residual enchantments. Creature led them down narrow steps that creaked under their weight, past dusty storage rooms filled with the accumulated detritus of generations of Black family history. Portraits of long-dead relatives peered down from the walls, their painted eyes following the unusual procession with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright disapproval. Harry found himself studying these ancestral faces with new understanding, seeing not just the cold arrogance he had once associated with pure-blood supremacy, but the complex mixture of pride and fear that had driven families like the Blacks to ever greater extremes in their attempts to preserve what they saw as their natural superiority. Some of these people had probably been decent human beings who had allowed ideology to corrupt their better instincts. Others had likely been genuinely evil, using blood purity as an excuse for cruelty and domination, and a few, like Regulus, had eventually recognized the difference between family loyalty and moral obligation. "Here," Creature announced, stopping before a heavy wooden door reinforced with iron bands and secured with locks that looked like they predated the Ministry of Magic. "Creature has prepared this room for the ritual. The wards will contain any magical fire that might escape control, and the stone walls will not burn no matter how hot the flames become." The room beyond the door was larger than Harry had expected, with a vaulted ceiling supported by massive stone pillars and walls lined with empty shelves that had once held the Black family's most dangerous magical artifacts. The floor was covered with intricate protective circles, drawn in what appeared to be silver ink, and the air itself felt charged with anticipatory magic. "This is where the family kept their most powerful dark arts collection," Andromeda explained, her voice hushed with old memories and older fears. "Books that could drive readers insane, artifacts that killed anyone who touched them without proper preparation, potions that could destroy a person's soul with a single drop. My parents brought Sirius and me down here when we were children to show us the power that came with our bloodline, and to remind you of the consequences of betraying that bloodline," Ted added grimly, studying the protective circles with the careful attention of someone who understood magical theory. Exactly, Andromeda confirmed. The message was clear. This is what the Black family was capable of when properly motivated, and this is what would happen to anyone who crossed us. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the basement. He was beginning to understand how someone like Voldemort could recruit followers from families like this, how the promise of even greater power could seduce people who had grown up believing that might made right and that some lives were simply worth more than others. But he was also beginning to understand how someone like Regulus could rebel against that teaching, how exposure to real evil could shock a person into recognizing the difference between family tradition and moral truth. "Creature," Harry said, "show me the locket." The house elf opened the wooden box with trembling fingers, revealing the object that had cost Regulus Black his life and haunted Creature's dreams for 7 years. Slytherin's locket was exactly as Harry remembered it from his original timeline. Heavy gold set with green gems, carved with a serpent that seemed to writhe in the magical light. But now, seeing it with the knowledge of how it had been obtained and what it represented, Harry felt a surge of anger, so pure and hot that it took his breath away. This thing was a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, a piece of the monster who had murdered Harry's parents and destroyed countless other lives in his quest for immortality. It was an abomination that violated every principle of magic and morality, and it had been created by someone who saw human beings as nothing more than tools to be used and discarded. But it was also the key to understanding how Voldemort could be truly defeated. Every Horcrux destroyed brought the Dark Lord closer to mortality, closer to the moment when he could be killed permanently. And this particular Horcrux had been obtained through the sacrifice of a young man who had chosen conscience over comfort, who had died alone, except for a house elf who would remember his courage for the rest of his long life. "It's smaller than I expected," Ted observed, leaning closer to examine the locket without actually touching it. "Something that evil should look more obviously dangerous." "That's what makes dark artifacts so insidious," Andromeda replied, drawing her wand and checking the protective circles one final time. "They often appear beautiful or harmless, drawing people in before revealing their true nature. This locket probably looks exactly the same as it did when Salazar Slytherin first wore it, before Voldemort corrupted it with soul magic." "Are you ready?" Harry asked, though he could see the tension in Andromeda's posture and the careful way she was breathing to control her nerves. "As ready as anyone can be for attempting to control cursed fire in a basement filled with residual dark magic," she replied with a wry smile that reminded Harry of Sirius at his most sardonic. "Ted, I want you and Harry to stand behind those pillars while I cast the spell. If something goes wrong, if the fire gets away from me, don't try to help. Just run." "Andromeda," Ted began, but she cut him off with a sharp gesture. "Promise me," she insisted. "Promise me that if this goes badly, you won't try to be heroic. Dora needs her father, and the world needs people who understand that some risks are worth taking, and others are just suicide." Ted was quiet for a long moment, clearly struggling with the idea of abandoning his wife if she found herself in danger. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. "I promise. But Andy, you'd better not give me a reason to keep that promise." Harry positioned himself behind one of the stone pillars, close enough to observe, but far enough away to avoid being caught in any magical backlash. From this vantage point, he had a clear view of the protective circle where Creature had placed the locket on a small stone pedestal, and he could see the careful precision with which Andromeda was preparing to cast what might be the most dangerous spell of her life. "Creature," she said formally, "as a member of the noble and most ancient House of Black, I command you to step back, beyond the protective barriers, and remain there no matter what happens during the ritual." "Creature obeys," the house elf replied, but his large eyes never left the locket that represented 7 years of failure and frustration. Andromeda raised her wand with both hands, her stance shifting into the formal position required for advanced battle magic. The air around her began to shimmer with heat waves as she gathered her magical power, and Harry could feel the hair on his arms standing up from the electrical charge that preceded truly dangerous spellwork. "Fiendfire Maxima," she whispered, her voice carrying all the authority and precision of someone who had been trained from childhood in the theoretical foundations of dark arts magic. The effect was immediate and terrifying. A small flame appeared at the tip of Andromeda's wand, innocent enough to look at, but radiating a heat that made the air itself seem to burn. As Harry watched, transfixed, the flame began to grow and change, taking on the characteristics that made fiendfire so dangerous and so difficult to control. The fire became a serpent of pure flame, its body writhing through the air with sinuous grace as it circled the protective circle like a predator stalking its prey. Then it split, becoming 2 serpents, then 4, then a small pride of flaming lions that prowled the perimeter of the ritual space with barely contained hunger. The cursed fire was actively seeking something to consume, something to devour and destroy, and only Andromeda's will was keeping it focused on the task at hand. "Now," she said, through gritted teeth, sweat beading on her forehead from the effort of maintaining control over forces that wanted nothing more than to burn everything in their path. One of the flaming lions padded forward and sniffed delicately at the locket, as if determining whether this particular morsel was worth its attention. The moment the cursed fire made contact with the Horcrux, the entire basement filled with a sound like screaming metal and tortured souls. The locket began to smoke and blacken, its golden surface bubbling and warping under the supernatural heat of the fiend fire. But instead of simply melting or burning away, it fought back with malevolent intelligence, discharging waves of dark magic that made the protective circles flare with silver light. "It's resisting," Andromeda gasped, her face pale with effort as she poured more power into maintaining the cursed fire. "The Horcrux is trying to protect itself." "Keep going," Harry called out, his voice barely audible over the supernatural shrieking emanating from the locket. "You're hurting it. I can see the damage spreading." Indeed, the locket was beginning to crack along the lines where the serpent had been carved, green light bleeding from the fissures like infected wounds. The screaming grew louder and more desperate, taking on qualities that sounded almost human, as if Tom Riddle's soul fragment was experiencing genuine terror at the prospect of its destruction. But fiendfire was one of the few forces in the magical world that could overcome the protections placed on a Horcrux, and Andromeda's control was holding despite the strain. The cursed fire formed into a phoenix of pure flame, its wings spread wide as it settled over the locket like a bird of prey claiming its kill. The moment the phoenix enveloped the Horcrux completely, reality seemed to fold in on itself. The screaming cut off abruptly, replaced by a silence so profound that Harry's ears rang with its absence. Then, with a sound like breaking glass, the locket shattered into 1,000 pieces that immediately crumbled to ash. The phoenix of fiendfire spread its wings one final time, as if acknowledging a job well done, then dissipated into ordinary flame that flickered and died, leaving only a small pile of grey dust where Slytherin's locket had once rested. "It's done," Andromeda whispered, lowering her wand with shaking hands. "It's actually done. We destroyed it." Creature let out a wail of joy and grief that seemed to come from the depths of his ancient soul. He rushed forward to the pile of ash that was all that remained of the Horcrux, falling to his knees beside the pedestal as tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. "Master Regulus," he sobbed, his voice breaking with the force of emotions too long suppressed. "Creature has finally completed the mission. The locket is destroyed, the Dark Lord's soul fragment is gone, and Master Regulus can rest knowing that his sacrifice was not in vain." Harry stepped out from behind the pillar, his legs unsteady from the adrenaline and magical energy that had filled the basement during the ritual. He could hardly believe that they had actually succeeded, that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was truly gone, eliminated years before the Dark Lord would even realize it was missing. "We did it," he said wonderingly, staring at the ash pile that represented a victory more significant than anyone else in the room could truly understand. "We actually destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul, and proved that Regulus Black died as a hero rather than a Death Eater," Ted added, moving to check on his wife, who was leaning against one of the stone pillars and trying to catch her breath. "Andy, are you all right?" he asked anxiously, noting her pale complexion and the way her hands were still trembling from magical exhaustion. "I'm fine," she replied, though her voice was hoarse from the effort of casting such demanding magic. "Controlling fiend fire is like trying to hold a lightning bolt with your bare hands, but I managed it. The important thing is that we succeeded." Harry approached Creature, who was still kneeling beside the remains of the locket, with an expression of profound relief on his ancient features. "Creature, you helped us complete Regulus's mission tonight. You should be proud of what you've accomplished." The house elf looked up at Harry with eyes that held a respect and gratitude that went far beyond the formal courtesy he had shown earlier in the evening. "Harry Potter has honored the memory of Master Regulus," he said formally. "Harry Potter has given Creature the closure that 7 years of failure could not provide. Creature is in Harry Potter's debt." "No," Harry said firmly, kneeling down so that he was at eye level with the elderly elf. "We're even. You preserved Regulus's sacrifice when everyone else had forgotten about it. You kept the locket safe when it would have been easier to give up. And you trusted us enough to help us finish what he started. If anyone should be grateful tonight, it's me." Creature studied Harry's face for a long moment, as if trying to memorize every detail. "Harry Potter is not what Creature expected," he said finally. "Harry Potter honors the courage of house elves and the sacrifice of blood traitors. Harry Potter sees worth where others see only servitude or disgrace." "Maybe that's because I understand what it's like to be dismissed and underestimated," Harry replied. "Maybe it's because I know that the most important truths are often held by the people everyone else ignores." As they made their way back up from the basement, Harry found himself thinking about the broader implications of what they had accomplished. Destroying the locket was a significant victory, but it was only the beginning of what needed to be done. They still had to expose Peter Pettigrew and free Sirius from Azkaban. They still had to find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes before Voldemort could return to power. And they still had to do all of this while avoiding the attention of a ministry that would view a 7-year-old child's claims about Dark Lords and soul magic with extreme skepticism. But tonight had proved that it was possible. Tonight had shown that the timeline could be changed, that injustices could be corrected, and that even the most carefully guarded secrets could be exposed with the right combination of knowledge, courage, and allies. "What now?" Andromeda asked, as they settled back into the sitting room, where their evening had begun with tea and impossible claims about Sirius's innocence. "Now we plan our next move," Harry replied. "We've proved that Regulus was a hero, and that Voldemort's power was built on stolen soul magic. But we still need to prove that Sirius is innocent, and that Peter Pettigrew is alive." "Finding Pettigrew will be the challenge," Ted observed. "If he's really hiding as a rat with the Weasley family, we'll need to approach them carefully. The wrong word or suspicious behavior could send him running, and then we might never find him again." "Leave that to me," Andromeda said with new determination. "The Weasleys are a respectable pure-blood family, even if they're not particularly wealthy or influential. I can arrange a social visit, something that would give us access to their home without arousing suspicion about our real motives." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for Andromeda's continued willingness to help, even though her involvement had already gone far beyond what anyone could reasonably have expected from a stranger who had answered her door to find a 7-year-old making impossible claims. "Are you certain you want to continue with this?" he asked. "Tonight has already put you and Ted in considerable danger, and what comes next might be even more risky. "Harry," Andromeda said seriously, "tonight has changed everything I thought I knew about my family, and about the war that supposedly ended 7 years ago. If Sirius is innocent, if the truth has been buried under ministry incompetence and political expedience, then I have an obligation to help set things right. And if there are more of Voldemort's Horcruxes out there, waiting to be found and destroyed, then the war isn't really over at all." "She's right," Ted added, though Harry could see the concern in his eyes. "If what we've learned tonight is true, if Voldemort really did split his soul to achieve immortality, then his disappearance was just a temporary setback, rather than a genuine defeat. The wizarding world thinks they are safe, but they're living in a fool's paradise." Creature had been listening to this conversation with growing excitement, his large eyes bright with the first hope he had felt since his master's death. "Creature will help Harry Potter in any way possible," he declared. "Master Regulus believed that the Dark Lord must be stopped at any cost, and Creature will honor that belief by serving those who continue the fight." Harry looked around at his unlikely band of allies. A disowned pure-blood witch who had chosen love over legacy, a muggle-born wizard who understood the value of dangerous knowledge, and a house elf who had guarded a secret for 7 years while waiting for someone brave enough to act on it. It wasn't the army he had led against Voldemort in his original timeline, but it was a beginning. "Then we keep going," he said, with quiet determination. "We find Pettigrew, we expose the truth, and we free Sirius, and then we start hunting down the rest of Voldemort's Horcruxes before he has a chance to use them to return to power." "One step at a time," Andromeda cautioned, though Harry could see that she was already planning their next moves. "First, we prove Sirius's innocence. Everything else can wait until we've corrected that particular injustice." As the evening wound down and plans were made for future contact, Harry found himself thinking about the weight of responsibility that came with his knowledge of future events. He had the power to prevent tragedies and save lives, but he also had the burden of knowing just how high the stakes truly were. But tonight had given him something he hadn't expected when he first woke up in his cupboard at Privet Drive: genuine hope that the future could be better than the past. The locket was destroyed, Regulus's sacrifice had been honored, and Sirius's freedom was no longer a distant dream, but an achievable goal. The war against Voldemort wasn't over, but for the first time since his return to the past, Harry Potter believed that it was a war they could actually win. As Creature showed them to guest rooms where they could spend what remained of the night, Harry caught sight of his reflection in one of the dusty mirrors that lined the hallway. He still looked like a 7-year-old child, small and seemingly vulnerable, but there was something different in his eyes now. Something that spoke of purpose and determination, and the kind of knowledge that came only through hard-won experience. He was Harry Potter, the boy who had lived twice, and he was finally ready to begin changing the world. The morning light filtering through the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place seemed somehow brighter than it had any right to be, as if the destruction of Slytherin's locket had cleansed some of the oppressive darkness that had settled over the house during its years of abandonment. Harry woke in a guest bedroom that Creature had prepared with meticulous care, complete with fresh linens that smelled of lavender, and a breakfast tray arranged with the kind of attention to detail that spoke of genuine hospitality rather than mere duty. For a moment, lying in a bed that was both comfortable and unfamiliar, Harry allowed himself to savor the feeling of accomplishment that had carried over from the previous night's triumph. They had destroyed a Horcrux, honored Regulus Black's sacrifice, and proved that Voldemort's seeming immortality was built on stolen soul magic rather than genuine invincibility. More importantly, they had demonstrated that the timeline could be changed, that injustices could be corrected, and that even the most carefully guarded secrets could be exposed with the right combination of knowledge, courage, and allies. But as Harry dressed in clothes that Creature had somehow managed to find and resized to fit his 7-year-old frame, the weight of what still needed to be accomplished settled over him like a familiar burden. Destroying the locket was only the first step in a much larger campaign. They still needed to expose Peter Pettigrew and free Sirius from Azkaban. They still needed to find and eliminate the remaining Horcruxes before Voldemort could use them to return to power. And they still needed to do all of this while maintaining the careful balance between action and secrecy that would prevent their enemies from realizing how much they actually knew. The breakfast that awaited him in the kitchen was far more elaborate than anything the Dursleys had ever provided, with fresh fruit and warm pastries arranged alongside traditional British fare that had clearly been prepared by someone who understood both nutrition and presentation. Ted and Andromeda were already seated at the scrubbed wooden table, looking remarkably well rested, considering the magical ordeal they had endured the previous evening. "Good morning, Harry," Andromeda said with a smile that transformed her austere features into something genuinely warm. "I trust you slept well?" Creature assured me that the guest rooms were properly prepared, though I suspect his standards are somewhat higher than what most people would consider necessary. "I slept very well, thank you," Harry replied, settling into the chair that had been set for him, and noting the way Creature beamed with pleasure at the compliment. "Better than I have in years, actually." It was true, though not for the reasons his companions would assume. For the first time since waking up in his cupboard at Privet Drive, Harry had fallen asleep without the weight of impossible knowledge pressing down on his consciousness. The future was still uncertain, still fraught with dangers and complications that would require careful navigation, but it no longer felt like an inevitable tragedy rushing toward him at unstoppable speed. "Creature has been busy this morning," Ted observed, gesturing toward a stack of newspapers that the house elf had apparently acquired through methods that Harry decided not to examine too closely. He thought we might want to see what the wizarding press is saying about current events. Harry accepted a copy of the Daily Prophet and scanned the headlines with the analytical eye of someone who had learned to read between the lines of magical journalism. Most of the stories were exactly what he had expected. Society gossip about pure-blood families, ministry announcements about new regulations that would accomplish nothing meaningful, and advertisements for products that promised to solve problems most people didn't know they had. But buried on page 4 was a small article that made Harry's pulse quicken with recognition and possibility. The headline read, "Ministry reviews historical cases following public inquiry demands," and the accompanying text described a new initiative to examine certain wartime convictions that had been conducted without proper legal procedures. "This could be exactly what we need," Harry said excitedly, showing the article to Ted and Andromeda. "If the Ministry is already reviewing cases from the war, we might be able to get Sirius's situation included without having to explain how we know he's innocent." Andromeda read the article carefully, her legal training evident in the way she analyzed the bureaucratic language and procedural implications. "The review is being conducted by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement under the supervision of Amelia Bones," she said thoughtfully. "Bones has a reputation for fairness and thoroughness. If we could get Sirius's case in front of her, she might actually listen to evidence that other officials would dismiss." "The problem is that we still need concrete proof," Ted pointed out. "Testimony from a house elf and our suspicions about Peter Pettigrew might not be enough to convince even a fair-minded official to overturn a conviction that the entire wizarding world accepts as fact." Harry had been thinking about this exact problem throughout breakfast, and he was beginning to formulate a plan that was both audacious and potentially effective. What if we don't try to convince them that Sirius is innocent? What if we convince them that there are questions about the case that were never properly investigated? "Explain," Andromeda said, leaning forward with the intense focus that Harry was beginning to recognize as her standard response to complex problems. "The article mentions that they're reviewing cases where proper legal procedures weren't followed," Harry continued, his excitement growing as the plan took shape in his mind. "Sirius never received a trial. He was arrested at the scene and sent directly to Azkaban without any formal legal process. Even if they believe he's guilty, they should be concerned about the precedent that sets." "Due process," Ted said with growing understanding. "You're suggesting that we approach this as a legal rights issue rather than a question of guilt or innocence." "Exactly. We demand that Sirius receive the trial he should have had 7 years ago. Once we get him in front of a judge and jury, we can present all the evidence we've gathered about Peter Pettigrew's survival and the inconsistencies in the official story." Andromeda was nodding slowly, her expression thoughtful as she considered the tactical advantages of this approach. "It's clever," she admitted. "We're not asking them to admit they were wrong about Sirius's guilt, just that they were wrong about proper legal procedure. That's much easier for bureaucrats to accept." "But we still need to find Peter Pettigrew," Ted reminded them. "Without concrete proof that he's alive, even the best legal arguments might not be enough to convince a jury." "Leave that to me," Andromeda said with new determination. "I've been thinking about how to approach the Weasley family, and I believe I have a solution that will give us access to their home without arousing suspicion." She stood and moved to a writing desk that Creature had positioned near the kitchen window, pulling out a piece of expensive parchment and a quill that looked like it had been crafted for formal correspondence. "Arthur Weasley works for the Ministry in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office," she explained as she began writing. "It's not a particularly prestigious department, but Arthur has a reputation for expertise in his field and a genuine fascination with Muggle technology. I'm going to write to him as someone who has questions about certain artifacts that my late husband's family collected." "Your late husband?" Harry asked, confused. "Ted is very much alive," Andromeda said, with a slight smile. "But Arthur doesn't need to know that. As far as he's concerned, I'm a recently widowed pure-blood witch who has inherited a collection of Muggle artifacts and needs expert advice about their proper handling and disposal." "That's brilliant," Ted said admiringly. "It gives you a legitimate reason to visit their home, and it appeals to Arthur's professional interests and his natural desire to help people." As Andromeda continued writing her letter, Harry found himself studying the casual competence with which she approached the problem of social manipulation. This was someone who had been raised in a pure-blood family that valued political maneuvering and strategic thinking, someone who understood how to use the expectations and prejudices of magical society to achieve her own ends. "The key," she explained as she sealed the letter with wax and her family crest, "is to make the visit seem like it was Arthur's idea rather than mine. I'll mention casually that I've heard about his expertise and would be grateful for any advice he could provide. But I won't actually request a meeting. That way, when he suggests that I bring the artifacts to his home for examination, it will feel like a natural extension of his professional duties." "And once you're in the house," Harry prompted, "I'll keep Arthur occupied with questions about the artifacts while you and Ted look for their family rat. If Peter Pettigrew is really hiding there as we suspect, he'll probably try to stay close to the family to monitor any potential threats to his cover." It was a good plan, Harry had to admit, with the kind of careful attention to human psychology that came from years of navigating complex social situations. But it also required them to maintain their deception while searching for a wizard who had managed to hide his true identity for 7 years. "What if Pettigrew recognizes me?" Harry asked. "He knew my parents well enough to betray them, and there are definitely family resemblances that might trigger his memory." "We'll have to take that risk," Andromeda replied. "But remember, as far as Pettigrew knows, you're just a 7-year-old boy visiting with family friends. He has no reason to suspect that you know anything about his true identity or his role in your parents' deaths." "Besides," Ted added, "if Pettigrew has been living as a rat for 7 years, he's probably not expecting anyone to come looking for him. Complacency can be a powerful ally when you're trying to expose someone who thinks they're safely hidden." The morning was spent in careful preparation for their mission to the Weasley home. Creature provided them with a selection of genuine Muggle artifacts from the Black family collection, items that would give credibility to Andromeda's story while serving as props for their deception. Harry found himself fascinated by some of the objects, particularly a mechanical calculator that had been enchanted to perform mathematical operations with mystical significance rather than practical utility. Pure-blood families have been collecting Muggle artifacts for centuries, Andromeda explained, as she selected items that would be most likely to intrigue Arthur Weasley. Usually as curiosities or examples of inferior magical substitutes, but occasionally because they genuinely didn't understand what the objects were designed to do. "This radio," Ted observed, examining a device that looked like it had been manufactured sometime in the 1940s, "appears to have been modified to receive magical frequencies. Someone spent considerable time and effort trying to make it compatible with wizarding broadcasting systems." "My grandfather's work," Andromeda said, with a mixture of affection and exasperation. He was convinced that Muggle technology could be improved through the application of proper magical principles. The results were usually more dangerous than useful, but he never stopped trying. By midday they were ready to implement their plan. Arthur Weasley had responded to Andromeda's letter with enthusiasm that bordered on scholarly excitement, inviting her to bring the artifacts to his home in Ottery St. Catchpole for examination and offering to provide tea and biscuits while they discussed the proper handling of potentially dangerous Muggle devices. The journey to the Weasley home required a combination of magical and mundane transportation that reminded Harry of just how isolated many wizarding families chose to remain from the broader world. They took the night bus from London to a village near Ottery St. Catchpole, then walked along country lanes that seemed designed to discourage casual visitors from stumbling across magical households. The burrow, when it finally came into view, was exactly as Harry remembered it from his original timeline. A house that appeared to have been built through a combination of magic and stubborn determination, with rooms stacked on top of each other in defiance of conventional architecture, and chimneys sprouting from unexpected angles like architectural afterthoughts. It looked precarious and wonderful, and completely unlike any other building Harry had ever seen. "Fascinating," Ted murmured, studying the structure with the eye of someone who understood both magical and mundane construction techniques. The foundation spells alone must be incredibly complex to support that much weight distributed over such an irregular base. "The Weasleys have been adding to the house for generations," Andromeda explained. "Each new family member gets their own room, regardless of whether the existing structure can support the addition. The result is architecturally impossible but somehow perfectly stable." Arthur Weasley met them at the front door, with the kind of enthusiastic welcome that Harry remembered from his future visits to the burrow. He was a tall, thin man with receding red hair and the kind of face that seemed permanently creased with laugh lines, wearing robes that had clearly been patched and repatched over years of practical use. "Mrs. Black," he said warmly, though Harry noted that he used Andromeda's maiden name rather than her married identity. "Thank you for bringing these fascinating artifacts to my attention. I must admit, I've been looking forward to this examination all morning." "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Weasley," Andromeda replied, with exactly the right mixture of gratitude and upper-class courtesy. "These items have been in my family's collection for decades, but I must confess that I have no idea what most of them are actually intended to do." As Arthur led them into the burrow's cramped but welcoming interior, Harry found himself scanning for signs of the Weasley family rat that should be somewhere in the house. The main floor was a comfortable chaos of mismatched furniture and homemade decorations, with evidence of children's activities scattered throughout the rooms. But there was no immediate sign of Peter Pettigrew in either his human or animal form. "My wife, Molly, has taken our youngest children to visit her sister for the afternoon," Arthur explained, as he cleared space on a table for examining the Muggle artifacts. "Bill and Charlie are both at Hogwarts, of course, so we should have plenty of peace and quiet for our work." "How many children do you have?" Ted asked, with polite interest, though Harry could see that he was also looking around the room for signs of pets or unusual animal behavior. "7, though our youngest won't be born for several more months," Arthur replied proudly. "Bill and Charlie are our Hogwarts students. Percy is 11 and will be starting next year. Then we have the twins Fred and George, who are 9, Ron, who's 7, and little Ginny, who's 6. Harry's heart jumped as he realized what this meant. Ron Weasley was exactly his own age in this timeline, which meant that Peter Pettigrew was probably already established as the family pet that Ron would eventually take to Hogwarts. The rat could be anywhere in the house, and they would need to search carefully to avoid missing him. "What a large family," Andromeda said admiringly. "I imagine pets must be an important part of keeping the children entertained." "Oh yes, we have quite a menagerie," Arthur confirmed cheerfully. "Molly worries sometimes about the expense, but I believe children learn important lessons about responsibility and care from looking after animals. Ron has a rat named Scabbers that he's particularly fond of, and the twins have been begging for an owl of their own." There it was. Scabbers, the rat that was actually Peter Pettigrew, was definitely in the house and belonged to Ron Weasley. Now they just had to find him, without arousing suspicion about their real motives for being here. "Perhaps the children might enjoy seeing some of these artifacts," Ted suggested casually. "Young minds are often more open to understanding how unfamiliar technology works." "An excellent idea," Arthur agreed enthusiastically. "Ron and Percy should be back from their morning adventures soon. They've been exploring the countryside looking for interesting insects for Percy's collection." As if summoned by his father's words, the sound of voices and running footsteps announced the return of the Weasley boys. 2 red-haired children burst through the front door, both carrying jam jars that contained various specimens of local wildlife, and both talking excitedly about their discoveries. Percy Weasley was already showing signs of the academic seriousness that would define his character in years to come, with carefully combed hair and robes that had been kept remarkably clean, despite a morning spent tramping through the countryside. Ron, on the other hand, looked exactly like the boy who would become Harry's best friend, freckled and enthusiastic, and slightly disheveled in the way that suggested someone who was more interested in adventure than appearance. "Boys," Arthur called, "we have visitors who've brought some fascinating Muggle artifacts for examination. Would you like to see them?" Percy approached with the careful politeness of a child who had been well trained in proper behavior toward adult guests, but Ron hung back near the doorway, clearly torn between curiosity and the natural shyness that many children displayed around strangers. "This is Mrs. Black and her friends Mr. and Mrs. Tonks," Arthur explained, gesturing toward their visitors. "And this young man is Harry Potter." The effect of Harry's name on the Weasley boys was immediate and dramatic. Percy's carefully maintained composure cracked completely, his eyes widening as he stared at Harry's scar with the fascination of someone encountering a living legend. Ron, meanwhile, went bright red and seemed to lose the ability to speak coherently. "Harry Potter," Percy breathed, his voice filled with awe. "The Harry Potter, the boy who lived?" Harry felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment at the attention, but he forced himself to smile politely. "Just Harry is fine," he said, extending his hand to shake Percy's in the formal manner that Ted had taught him during their preparation. "It's nice to meet you both." "Blimey," Ron whispered, apparently recovering enough speech to express his amazement. "You're really him. You're the one who defeated you-know-who." "I was just a baby," Harry replied diplomatically. "I don't remember any of it, and I certainly didn't do anything heroic." But even as he spoke, Harry was scanning the room for signs of Scabbers. If Peter Pettigrew was living as the family rat, he would probably stay close to Ron, both for protection and to monitor any potential threats to his cover. And the arrival of Harry Potter, the boy who had supposedly destroyed his master, would definitely qualify as a threat worth monitoring. There. In the corner of the room, partially hidden behind an overstuffed armchair, Harry caught a glimpse of grey fur and a long, hairless tail. A large rat was crouched in the shadows, and even from across the room, Harry could see the intelligence in its small, dark eyes as it studied the visitors with unmistakable wariness. Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew, the man who had betrayed his parents and allowed Sirius to take the blame for crimes he had never committed. Harry had found his target, The moment Harry spotted Scabbers crouched in the shadows behind the armchair, time seemed to slow to a crawl as adrenaline flooded his system, and years of combat experience kicked into high gear. This was it. This was the confrontation he had been planning since the moment he woke up in his cupboard at Privet Drive, the chance to expose the truth that would free Sirius and begin setting right the injustices that had shaped his original timeline. But Peter Pettigrew was no ordinary criminal. He was a wizard who had spent 7 years perfecting his deception, who had managed to fool an entire family into believing he was nothing more than a harmless pet rat. He was also desperate, cornered, and undoubtedly prepared to kill anyone who threatened to expose his secret. Harry would have to be very careful about how he handled this confrontation, because the wrong move could result in Pettigrew escaping to warn other Death Eaters, or worse, could put the innocent Weasley family in mortal danger. "Ron," Harry said casually, keeping his voice light and friendly, while his eyes remained fixed on the rat in the corner. "Is that your pet over there? He looks like a very clever rat." Ron followed Harry's gaze and brightened immediately. "That's Scabbers," he said proudly, moving toward the corner to retrieve his pet. "He's been in our family for years. Dad says he's the smartest rat he's ever seen, and Mum says he's practically a member of the family." Harry felt his stomach clench as Ron reached down to pick up the rat that was actually Peter Pettigrew, the man who had betrayed his parents and destroyed his life. For a moment, the urge to shout a warning was almost overwhelming, but he forced himself to remain calm. This had to be handled carefully, with precision and planning rather than emotion and impulse. "He certainly looks intelligent," Harry agreed, studying the rat's face as Ron lifted him from his hiding place. "How long has he been with your family?" "Since before I was born," Ron replied, stroking the rat's grey fur with obvious affection. "Percy used to say that Scabbers was practically ancient for a rat, but he's always been healthy and active. Haven't you, Scabbers?" The rat's dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was definitely not normal for a common garden rat. There was intelligence there, and wariness, and something that might have been recognition. Peter Pettigrew had known Harry as a baby, had been present at family gatherings where James and Lily Potter had proudly shown off their son to their friends. Even after 7 years and the dramatic changes that came with growing up, there were probably enough family resemblances for Pettigrew to suspect that this was no ordinary social visit. "Would it be all right if I held him?" Harry asked, extending his hands in what he hoped was a gesture of innocent curiosity rather than predatory intent. "I've never had a pet before, and I've always wondered what it would be like." Ron looked pleased by Harry's interest in his beloved pet. "Of course," he said eagerly, transferring the rat to Harry's waiting hands. "He's usually pretty friendly with new people, though he can be a bit skittish sometimes." The moment Peter Pettigrew settled into Harry's hands, both wizard and rat froze in mutual recognition. Harry felt the unnatural warmth of human magic contained within an animal form, while Pettigrew undoubtedly sensed the focused attention of someone who knew exactly what he was looking at. For a long moment, they simply stared at each other, predator and prey locked in a silent battle of wills. "He feels different from what I expected," Harry said carefully, his words carrying multiple layers of meaning that only Pettigrew would understand. "Heavier than a normal rat, more substantial, like there's more to him than meets the eye." The rat's body went rigid with tension, and Harry felt tiny claws digging into his palms as Pettigrew struggled with the decision between maintaining his cover and making a desperate escape attempt. Around them, the conversation between Arthur, Andromeda, and Ted continued normally, focused on the examination of Muggle artifacts, while completely unaware of the drama unfolding in their midst. "Harry," Andromeda said suddenly, her voice carrying a note of warning that suggested she had noticed the tension radiating from the boy holding the rat, "perhaps you should give Scabbers back to Ron. Some animals become nervous when they're handled by strangers." It was a perfect opportunity to end the confrontation before it could escalate into violence. But Harry knew that this might be their only chance to expose Pettigrew without putting the Weasley family in danger. Once the rat was returned to Ron's care, Pettigrew would have time to plan his escape and disappear into the wizarding world where he could warn his former allies or seek new hiding places. "Actually," Harry said, his grip tightening slightly on the struggling rat, "I think Scabbers might be more than just a pet rat. I think he might be something much more interesting than anyone realized." The words hung in the air like a challenge, and Harry saw understanding dawn in Arthur Weasley's eyes as the adult wizard began to sense the magical tension that was building in his sitting room. Ted and Andromeda had moved closer, their hands drifting toward their wands in response to some instinct that warned of approaching danger. "Harry," Arthur said carefully, "what exactly do you mean by that?" "I mean," Harry replied, his voice gaining strength and conviction, "that Scabbers isn't really a rat at all. He's a wizard using illegal animagus transformation to hide his true identity, and unless I'm very much mistaken, he's a wizard who's supposed to be dead." The effect of Harry's revelation was immediate and dramatic. Percy gasped in shock, Ron stumbled backward as if he'd been struck, and Arthur's hand went immediately to his wand. But it was Pettigrew's reaction that confirmed everything Harry had suspected. The rat began to struggle violently, his small body writhing and expanding as he fought to maintain his animal form while simultaneously preparing for transformation. Magic crackled around him like visible electricity, and the air in the sitting room became charged with the kind of power that preceded dangerous spellwork. "Nobody move!" Andromeda commanded sharply, her wand now drawn and pointed toward Harry and the transforming rat. "If that really is an illegal animagus, any sudden movement could trigger a defensive reaction that could hurt everyone in this room." But Pettigrew was beyond rational thought now, driven by 7 years of paranoia and the desperate need to escape before his carefully constructed new life collapsed completely. The transformation from rat to human began in earnest, bones lengthening and reshaping, fur receding to reveal pale, waxy skin, tiny animal features expanding into the face of a middle-aged man who looked like he had been living in constant fear for most of his adult life. "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said with quiet satisfaction, as the transformation completed and he found himself holding a fully grown wizard who was significantly larger and heavier than the rat he had been moments before. "Alive, well, and apparently living as a pet rat with the Weasley family for the past several years." The silence that followed was profound and charged with disbelief. Arthur Weasley was staring at the man who had been his son's beloved pet with an expression of shock that bordered on physical illness. Ron had gone pale as parchment, his mouth opening and closing without producing any sound. Percy, meanwhile, was looking back and forth between Harry and Pettigrew, as if trying to solve an equation that refused to balance. "Impossible," Arthur whispered. "Peter Pettigrew is dead. He was killed by Sirius Black 7 years ago. The entire wizarding world knows about his death." "The entire wizarding world was lied to," Harry replied calmly, maintaining his grip on Pettigrew, despite the man's attempts to break free. "Peter Pettigrew faked his own death after betraying my parents to Voldemort. He let Sirius Black take the blame for his crimes, and he's been hiding as your family rat ever since." Pettigrew finally found his voice, though it came out as a high-pitched whine that sounded almost animal-like, despite emerging from human vocal cords. "You don't understand," he gasped, his small eyes darting around the room as he searched for an escape route. "I had to do it. The Dark Lord would have killed me if I hadn't cooperated. I never wanted to betray James and Lily, but I had no choice." "You had a choice," Harry said with cold fury. "You could have warned them. You could have asked for protection from the Order of the Phoenix. You could have done a dozen different things instead of selling out your friends to save your own miserable life." Ted had been listening to this exchange with the focused attention of someone trying to process information that challenged everything he thought he knew about recent wizarding history. "Are you saying," he asked slowly, "that Sirius Black has been in Azkaban for 7 years for crimes he didn't commit?" "That's exactly what I'm saying," Harry confirmed. Sirius Black is innocent. He was framed by the real traitor, who has been living as a pet rat while his former friend rotted in prison surrounded by Dementors. Arthur was shaking his head in bewilderment. But how could you possibly know any of this? Harry, you were just a baby when your parents died. How could you have information about Death Eater conspiracies and ministry cover-ups? It was a fair question, and one that Harry had been dreading since the moment he decided to expose Pettigrew in front of witnesses. The truth about his time travel was impossible to explain, and even less likely to be believed, but he needed some explanation that would satisfy the adult's need for logical consistency. "I know things," he said simply, falling back on the explanation that had worked with Andromeda and Ted. "Things I shouldn't know, things that most people don't know, things that could change everything if the right people knew them too. And one of those things is that Peter Pettigrew betrayed my parents and let an innocent man take the blame for his crimes. Pettigrew was struggling more violently now, his desperation lending him strength that his small, soft body shouldn't have possessed. "Let me go," he pleaded, his voice rising to a near shriek. "You don't know what you're doing. If the Dark Lord returns, if he learns that I've been exposed, he'll kill everyone who helped capture me." "Voldemort is gone," Andromeda said firmly, though Harry could hear uncertainty beneath her confident tone. "The Dark Lord disappeared 7 years ago. He's not coming back." "You're wrong," Pettigrew gasped, his eyes wild with terror and conviction. "The Dark Lord cannot be truly killed. He found ways to cheat death, to ensure his survival even when his body was destroyed. And when he returns, he'll remember who served him faithfully and who betrayed him." Harry felt a chill at Pettigrew's words, because they confirmed what he had already suspected about Voldemort's Horcruxes and his eventual return to power. But they also provided an opportunity to plant seeds of information that could help prepare the wizarding world for what was coming. "You're talking about Horcruxes," Harry said quietly, and watched Pettigrew's face go even paler at the mention of soul magic. "You're talking about the pieces of Voldemort's soul that he hid in various objects to achieve a twisted form of immortality." The silence that followed was even more profound than before, charged with the weight of forbidden knowledge and terrible implications. Arthur Weasley was staring at Harry as if seeing him for the first time, while Ted and Andromeda exchanged glances that spoke of shared secrets and dangerous revelations. "How do you know about Horcruxes?" Arthur asked, in a voice barely above a whisper. "That's some of the darkest magic in existence. Children shouldn't even know that word, let alone understand what it means." "I know about them, because I've encountered them before," Harry replied, which was true enough even if the timing was more complicated than anyone in the room could possibly understand. "I know what they are and what they do, and I know that as long as they exist, Voldemort cannot be truly killed." Pettigrew was nodding frantically now, his earlier denials forgotten in his desperate need to make these people understand the danger they were all in. "Yes, exactly. The Dark Lord created multiple Horcruxes to ensure his survival. Even when Harry Potter destroyed his physical form as a baby, his soul remained anchored to this world through the objects he had prepared." "How many?" Andromeda demanded, her training as a member of a dark arts practicing family evident in her immediate focus on the tactical implications. "How many Horcruxes did Voldemort create?" "I don't know the exact number," Pettigrew whimpered. "The Dark Lord didn't share such secrets with his servants, but I know there were several, hidden in places that only he could find." Harry was quiet for a moment, weighing the risks and benefits of revealing too much information too quickly. But the destruction of Slytherin's locket had already altered the timeline significantly, and the capture of Peter Pettigrew was about to expose the truth about Sirius's innocence. At this point, preparing the wizarding world for Voldemort's eventual return seemed more important than maintaining the secrecy that had characterized his original approach. "Actually," he said carefully, "there were 7 Horcruxes originally, though one has already been destroyed. A locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin, which contained a piece of Voldemort's soul and was hidden in a cave, protected by terrible magical defenses. The adults in the room were staring at Harry with expressions that ranged from amazement to terror, while Ron and Percy huddled together near the doorway, as if seeking comfort from each other's presence. "How could you possibly know that?" Ted asked. "How could anyone know the details of Voldemort's Horcrux creation without being directly involved in the process?" "Because," Harry said with quiet conviction, "someone has been working to find and destroy these objects for years. Someone who understood that the war against Voldemort wasn't really over, just temporarily interrupted." He was thinking of Regulus Black as he spoke, of the young man who had died trying to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul, of Kreacher's faithful preservation of his master's sacrifice. But he could also see the adults drawing their own conclusions about secret resistance movements and underground investigations that had been proceeding without Ministry knowledge or approval. "The important thing right now," Andromeda said with admirable focus, "is what we do with Peter Pettigrew. We have concrete evidence that Sirius Black was wrongly convicted, but we need to present that evidence through proper legal channels to ensure it's accepted by the authorities." Arthur was nodding slowly, his shock giving way to the practical concerns of a Ministry employee who understood bureaucratic procedures. "We'll need to contact the Department of Magical Law Enforcement immediately. Amelia Bones will want to interview Pettigrew under Veritaserum to verify his testimony, and there will need to be a formal review of the Black case." "What about the boys?" Ted asked, glancing toward Ron and Percy, who were still trying to process the revelation that their beloved pet had actually been a fugitive Death Eater. "This is going to be traumatic for the entire family. We'll handle it," Arthur said firmly, though Harry could see the worry lines deepening around his eyes. "Molly will need to know immediately, and the children will need counseling to help them understand that none of this was their fault." Pettigrew had been listening to this discussion with growing desperation, and now he made one final attempt to escape. Magic flared around him as he tried to transform back into his rat form, but Harry was ready for the attempt. Drawing on his adult knowledge of magical theory and his 7-year-old body's surprising reserves of power, he cast a binding spell that locked Pettigrew's human form in place. "Nice try," Harry said grimly, "but you're not running away again. You've spent 7 years hiding while an innocent man suffered in prison. It's time to face the consequences of your choices." The capture of Peter Pettigrew marked the end of one phase of Harry's mission and the beginning of another. Sirius's innocence could now be proven beyond any reasonable doubt, which meant his freedom was no longer a distant dream, but an achievable goal. But the revelation about Voldemort's Horcruxes had opened a new front in the war against dark magic, one that would require careful planning and strategic thinking to navigate successfully. As Arthur Weasley prepared to contact the Ministry and begin the legal process that would ultimately free Sirius Black, Harry found himself thinking about the broader implications of what they had accomplished. The timeline was definitely changing, but in ways that created new possibilities as well as new dangers. The wizarding world was about to learn that their war against Voldemort wasn't really over, that their celebrated victory had been built on lies and deception, and that the real work of defeating the Dark Lord was just beginning. But for the first time since waking up in his cupboard at Privet Drive, Harry felt genuinely hopeful about the future. They had destroyed a Horcrux, exposed a traitor, and begun the process of freeing an innocent man from wrongful imprisonment, and they had done it all while building a network of allies who understood the stakes and were willing to take risks for the cause of justice. The war against Voldemort was far from over, but it was no longer a war they were destined to lose. As the afternoon wore on and plans were made for Pettigrew's transfer to Ministry custody, Harry reflected on how much had changed since he first knocked on Andromeda Tonks's door, with nothing but impossible knowledge and desperate hope. Now he had allies, resources, and concrete achievements that proved the timeline could be altered for the better. Sirius Black would soon be free, Peter Pettigrew would face justice for his crimes, and the wizarding world would begin preparing for challenges they didn't yet know were coming. It was a good beginning, but Harry knew it was only the first step in a much larger journey. The real work of changing history had only just begun. The Ministry of Magic at night was a different creature entirely from the bustling, bureaucratic hive that Harry remembered from his future visits during daylight hours. The atrium was nearly empty, with only a skeleton crew of security wizards manning the reception desk, and a few late-working officials hurrying through the flu network connections that linked the magical government to field offices across Britain. The familiar fountain dominated the central space, but without the crowds of daytime visitors, the sound of cascading water seemed amplified, creating an almost cathedral-like atmosphere of hushed reverence. Harry walked between Ted and Andromeda as they followed Arthur Weasley toward the lifts that would take them to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Behind them, Peter Pettigrew shuffled along under the careful supervision of two Aurors, who had been hastily summoned to provide security for what was already being called the most significant arrest in post-war magical Britain. The former Death Eater had been magically restrained and silenced, but Harry could see the intelligence and calculation in his small, dark eyes as he studied their surroundings for potential escape opportunities. "I still can't quite believe this is really happening," Arthur murmured as they waited for the lift to arrive. 7 years of believing that Sirius Black was a mass murderer and a traitor, and it turns out he was innocent all along. The implications for public trust in the Ministry are staggering. The implications for Sirius himself are somewhat more important, Andromeda replied, with the dry precision that Harry was beginning to recognize as her standard response to bureaucratic concerns. 7 years in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit. 7 years surrounded by Dementors because the Ministry couldn't be bothered to provide him with a proper trial. The lift arrived with its characteristic clanking and grinding, operated by the same mechanical voice that Harry remembered from his future visits. As they descended toward level 2, Harry found himself thinking about how different this journey was from his original timeline's encounters with Ministry justice. Then, he had been the accused, dragged before the Wizengamot to answer charges of underage magic use while the real criminals went free. Now, he was helping to deliver one of those criminals to face the consequences of choices made years before. "Department of Magical Law Enforcement," the lift announced as the gates opened to reveal corridors lined with offices and interrogation rooms. "Aura Headquarters, Improper Use of Magic Office, Wizengamot Administration Services." Amelia Bones was waiting for them in the main reception area, a stern-faced witch whose reputation for fairness and thoroughness had made her one of the most respected officials in magical law enforcement. Harry had never met her personally in his original timeline, but he knew by reputation that she was someone who valued evidence over politics and justice over expediency. "Mr. Weasley," she said formally, acknowledging Arthur with a nod before turning her attention to the unusual group he had brought with him. "Mrs. Black, gentlemen, and young Mr. Potter. I understand you have information relevant to the Sirius Black case that could not wait until normal business hours." "More than information," Ted replied grimly. "We have the actual perpetrator of the crimes for which Sirius Black was convicted." Bones studied Peter Pettigrew with the careful attention of someone trained to evaluate both evidence and deception. "This is the man you claim is Peter Pettigrew, the wizard who was supposedly murdered by Sirius Black 7 years ago." "The same," Andromeda confirmed. "We captured him in his illegal animagus form, living as a rat with the Weasley family. He has already confessed to betraying the Potters to you-know-who and allowing Sirius to take the blame for his crimes. Confessions obtained under duress are not admissible in formal legal proceedings," Bones observed, though her tone suggested professional caution rather than dismissal. "However, they can provide valuable guidance for official interrogation. Mr. Pettigrew will be questioned under Veritaserum to verify the claims you've made." She gestured toward a heavily warded corridor that led deeper into the law enforcement section. "The interrogation room has been prepared with the appropriate security measures. Given the significance of this case and the potential implications for public trust in Ministry justice, I will be conducting the questioning personally." As they made their way toward the interrogation room, Harry found himself studying the institutional architecture that surrounded them. The ministry building was designed to project authority and permanence, with thick stone walls and heavy wooden doors that spoke of traditions dating back centuries. But it was also designed to intimidate, to remind visitors that they were in the presence of power that could crush individual resistance without particular effort. The irony wasn't lost on Harry that this same intimidating authority was about to be forced to admit a catastrophic failure of justice. The ministry that prided itself on maintaining order and protecting the innocent had imprisoned the wrong man for 7 years, while the real criminal lived comfortably as a household pet. The interrogation room was smaller than Harry had expected, with a simple wooden table surrounded by chairs and walls lined with monitoring devices that would record every word of what transpired. Protective wards hummed with barely audible energy, designed to prevent magical escape attempts or outside interference with the proceedings. "Before we begin," Bones said, as Pettigrew was secured in a chair that had clearly been enchanted to prevent occupant movement, "I want to establish the proper legal framework for what we're about to do. Mr. Pettigrew, you are being questioned in connection with alleged crimes, including conspiracy to commit murder, accessory to murder, and obstruction of justice. Do you understand these charges?" Pettigrew's gag was removed, allowing him to speak for the first time since his capture. "I understand," he said, in the high, whining voice that Harry remembered with visceral disgust. "But I want it noted that I was coerced into my actions by threats from you-know-who. I never wanted to betray James and Lily Potter." "Your motivations will be taken into account during the questioning," Bones replied neutrally. "However, the primary purpose of this interrogation is to establish the factual circumstances surrounding the events of 7 years ago." She withdrew a small vial of clear liquid from her robes, holding it up so that everyone in the room could see it clearly. "This is veritaserum, a truth potion that will compel you to answer all questions honestly and completely. Do you consent to its administration?" "Do I have a choice?" Pettigrew asked bitterly. "Yes," Bones said firmly. "Veritaserum cannot be administered without consent in non-emergency situations. However, refusal to consent will be noted in the official record and may influence how the Wizengamot views your cooperation with this investigation." Pettigrew was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing his options. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. "I consent to the veritaserum, but I want it understood that I was acting under duress throughout the period in question." Bones administered the truth potion with the clinical precision of someone who had performed the procedure many times before. As the veritaserum took effect, Pettigrew's expression became vacant and compliant, his natural defensiveness replaced by the artificial honesty that made magical interrogation both powerful and controversial. "State your name for the record," Bones commanded. "Peter Edgar Pettigrew," came the immediate response, spoken with the flat affect that characterized veritaserum-induced testimony. "Were you present in Godric's Hollow on the night of October 31st, 1981? "No." "Did you betray the location of James and Lily Potter to Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort?" The silence that followed was profound and terrible. Even under the influence of truth potion, Pettigrew seemed to struggle with admitting his greatest betrayal. But finally, the words came in a whisper that carried the weight of 7 years' worth of guilt and fear. "Yes, I told the Dark Lord where to find them." Harry felt something cold and sharp twist in his chest as he heard the confirmation of what he had always known but never been able to prove. This man, this pathetic excuse for a wizard, had sold his parents' lives to save his own skin. "Why did you betray them?" Bones continued, her professional composure intact despite the magnitude of what she was hearing. "The Dark Lord discovered that I was the secret keeper for the Fidelius charm, protecting their location," Pettigrew replied in the same flat tone. He threatened to kill me if I didn't cooperate. I was afraid. I thought maybe if I told him what he wanted to know, he would spare me. Did you warn James and Lily Potter that their location had been compromised? No. Did you attempt to seek protection from other members of the Order of the Phoenix? No. After betraying the Potters, what did you do when confronted by Sirius Black? I faked my own death, Pettigrew said without hesitation. I used a blasting curse to kill 12 Muggle bystanders, then cut off my own finger and transformed into my animagus form. I hid in the sewers while Sirius was arrested for my supposed murder. The room was completely silent as the implications of this testimony sank in. Here was confirmation that Sirius Black had been wrongfully convicted, not just of betraying the Potters, but of murdering his friend and a dozen innocent Muggles. The miscarriage of justice was even worse than anyone had imagined. How long have you been living in your animagus form? Bones asked. 7 years since the night I faked my death. I lived as a rat with various wizarding families who thought I was just a pet. Are you a registered animagus? No, I never registered my transformation with the Ministry. Who else knows about your animagus ability? James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin discovered it when we were students at Hogwarts. They helped me learn the transformation, but we kept it secret because we were using it to help Lupin during his monthly transformations. Harry felt another surge of anger as he listened to Pettigrew casually describe the friendship and trust that he had ultimately betrayed. James, Sirius, and Lupin had risked expulsion and criminal charges to help their friend become an animagus, and Pettigrew had repaid their loyalty by selling them out to their greatest enemy. During your time in hiding, did you attempt to contact other Death Eaters or supporters of Voldemort? No, I was too afraid of being discovered. I stayed hidden and had tried to avoid drawing attention to myself. Did you have any knowledge of Voldemort's use of Horcrux magic? Pettigrew's vacant expression flickered for a moment, as if even under Veritaserum he was reluctant to discuss such forbidden topics. I knew the Dark Lord had found ways to cheat death. I heard other Death Eaters talking about objects that were important to his survival, but I was never trusted with specific details. Bones continued her questioning for another hour, methodically establishing the facts of Pettigrew's betrayal and its aftermath. By the time she was finished, there could be no doubt that Sirius Black had been wrongfully convicted and that the real traitor had been living freely while his victim rotted in Azkaban. This interrogation is concluded, Bones announced formally. The testimony given under Veritaserum will be transcribed and presented to the Wizengamot for review. Mr. Pettigrew, you will be held in ministry custody pending formal charges for conspiracy to commit murder, accessory to murder, obstruction of justice, and maintaining an illegal animagus registration. As Pettigrew was led away by the Aurors, Bones turned to address the group that had brought this evidence to light. I want to thank you all for coming forward with this information. The implications of what we've learned tonight will require careful handling, but justice demands that we act quickly to correct this miscarriage. What happens next? Andromeda asked. How soon can Sirius be released? Emergency proceedings will begin tomorrow morning, Bones replied. Given the clear evidence of his innocence, I expect the Wizengamot will order his immediate release and full exoneration. The Ministry will also need to address the question of compensation for his wrongful imprisonment. And the public? Ted asked. How will this be handled in terms of public disclosure? The truth will be made public, Bones said firmly. The Ministry cannot and will not cover up a mistake of this magnitude. There will undoubtedly be calls for investigation into how such a fundamental failure of justice occurred, and those investigations will proceed regardless of their political implications. As they made their way back through the corridors of the Ministry, Harry found himself thinking about the broader consequences of what they had accomplished. Freeing Sirius was important, not just for personal reasons, but because it demonstrated that the official narrative about the war could be challenged and corrected. The wizarding world was about to learn that their celebrated victory over Voldemort had been built on lies and half-truths, which would hopefully make them more receptive to warnings about the Dark Lord's eventual return. "Harry," Arthur said as they waited for the lift back to the atrium, "I owe you an apology. When you first claimed that Scabbers wasn't really a rat, I thought you were either mistaken or playing some kind of elaborate prank. I never imagined that you were uncovering one of the most significant criminal conspiracies in recent wizarding history." "You couldn't have known," Harry replied diplomatically. "Peter Pettigrew spent 7 years perfecting his deception. If he hadn't panicked when he realized I knew what he was, he might have continued hiding indefinitely." "But how did you know?" Arthur pressed. "How could you possibly have suspected that a family pet was actually a fugitive Death Eater?" It was the question that Harry had been dreading throughout the evening, and one that he still couldn't answer honestly. The truth about his time travel was impossible to explain, and even less likely to be believed. But he needed some explanation that would satisfy the adult's need for logical consistency. "I've always been able to sense things about people," he said carefully, falling back on a version of the truth that was vague enough to avoid detailed scrutiny. "Magic affects me differently than it affects other people, probably because of what happened when Voldemort tried to kill me. I could tell that Scabbers wasn't really what he appeared to be. It wasn't entirely false. Harry's experiences with Voldemort had given him an unusual sensitivity to dark magic and deception, and his training in dealing with dangerous situations had taught him to trust his instincts about potential threats. The fact that those instincts were informed by knowledge from a previous timeline was a detail that didn't need to be shared. "Remarkable," Bones murmured, studying Harry with the careful attention of someone trying to solve a particularly complex puzzle. "It's possible that your encounter with Voldemort as an infant left you with enhanced magical perception. Such cases are rare, but they have been documented in the literature." "Whatever the explanation," Andromeda said firmly, "Harry's abilities have helped us correct a terrible injustice and expose a dangerous criminal. That's what matters now." The lift carried them back to the atrium, where the late-night emptiness felt even more profound after the intensity of the interrogation. As they made their way toward the flu network that would take them home, Harry reflected on how much had changed since he first woke up in his cupboard at Privet Drive with nothing but impossible knowledge and desperate hope. Now he had allies who understood the stakes and were willing to take risks for the cause of justice. He had concrete achievements that proved the timeline could be altered for the better, and most importantly, he had demonstrated that the official narrative about the war could be challenged and corrected when the evidence demanded it. "What's our next step?" he asked, as they prepared to return to Grimmauld Place, where Creature would undoubtedly be waiting anxiously for news of their mission's success. "Now we prepare for Sirius's release," Andromeda replied, "and we start planning for the much larger challenges that lie ahead. The destruction of one Horcrux and the capture of one Death Eater are important victories, but they're only the beginning of what needs to be accomplished. The wizarding world is about to learn that their war against Voldemort isn't really over," Ted added grimly. "They're going to need time to process that information and decide how to respond to it. Then we'd better make sure they have good leadership when they make those decisions," Harry said, with quiet determination. "Because if we're right about the Horcruxes, if Voldemort really is going to return, then the next few years are going to determine whether the magical world survives or falls to darkness." As they stepped into the green flames of the flu network and spoke the words that would carry them back to Grimmauld Place, Harry felt a sense of cautious optimism that he hadn't experienced since his return to the past. They had won an important victory tonight, but more importantly, they had proved that victory was possible. The war against Voldemort was far from over, but for the first time since waking up in his cupboard, Harry believed it was a war they could actually win. The next morning would bring Sirius's freedom, and with it, the beginning of a new phase in the campaign to protect the wizarding world from the darkness that was coming. Harry Potter, the boy who had lived twice, was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead.